Good morning. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission for the state of Colorado. It is September 10th, 9 a.m. We will take a roll call.
Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Shea.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 commissioners present.
Great. And I'm here too. All right. So the order of play today is the Cumulative Impacts and Enhanced Systems and Practices Rulemaking, docket 2406-00145. We have 3 cases in chief left, Prairie Operating, followed by Chevron, followed by Oxy. So with that, we will recognize the attorney for Prairie Operating, Mr. Lepore.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you very much. Welcome to Friday. I think it's Friday. Seems like it, the end of the week. Hopefully I am sharing a screen.
Yep.
All right. Commissioners, my name is Matt Lepore. I am counsel to Prairie Operating Company. With me this morning are Brian Coshier, Vice President of Operations for Prairie, and Meredith Knopf, Manager of Air Quality and Environment. This morning, we want to try to cover these 7 topics in approximately 4 minutes each. This is speed dating rulemaking, apparently. Those topics are: all potential impacts are not cumulative impacts. The ECMC could not implement an environmental equity and cumulative impacts analysis. AQCC is effectively regulating NOx emissions, including CICs would protect more people. What a cumulative impacts analysis can provide. Permit duration limits adversely affect operations, and the ECMC and AQCC must use the data they already have. We are not going to spend a lot of time on that last bullet, but I do want to say that I don't think it can be overemphasized enough. I'm going to start out with all potential impacts are not cumulative impacts. In front of you on the screen is the definition of cumulative impacts from the Act. I'm going to show you this slightly shortened version of the exact same language. Cumulative impacts means the effects on public health and the environment caused by the incremental impacts that a proposed new or amended operation would have when added to the impacts from other past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future development. The important words are highlighted there: would have. Words matter here. It doesn't say that those are impacts that might or possibly or could happen. It means those that would, just as there is a difference between shall and may, there is a difference between would and could. I say all of this because many parties have argued that the impact area needs to be expanded to include impacts that are possible, but really quite highly unlikely. And I've given a couple of examples here. A loss of well control is possible. It could happen, but it rarely does. Moreover, existing ECMC rules minimize the risk of that possibility coming to be. Another example, and you heard from a couple of different stakeholders about this. Western Resource Advocates and Conservation Colorado talked about the possibility of spills and the possibility that a spill would reach a waterway and move downstream for miles and miles, and therefore the impact area should be so expanded. We disagree. That is not what a cumulative impact is. I've listed several of your rules that make the possible impacts miles downstream from a spill highly unlikely. Similarly, Ms. Laguerre talked about the Colbrand landslide, and I thought about the 2013 floods. The impacts from those things are not cumulative impacts and shouldn't be a basis for expanding the impact area. I think I've covered that pretty well. Conservation Colorado talked about Rule 304C1 as a basis for extending the impact zone. In reality, what that rule does is make it less likely that it will happen that a spill will extend for miles downstream. Next, I want to talk about the Environmental Justice Action Task Force Environmental Equity and Cumulative Impacts Analysis. I first want to recognize that I appreciated Commissioner Oath's conversation about this. She was on the task force. She knows way more about this than I do. But we looked into this because it was referenced in Earth Justice's pre-hearing statements as a possible model for what your cumulative impact analysis should look like. And I have to say, I know that this was a unanimous recommendation of the task force, and it looks like a great idea. It would be a fantastic tool. And on the screen there is kind of a summary of what it would be. But the important point here is that the task force recognized the enormity of the effort required to conduct an ESHA. And these points that I've listed are vital to your consideration of what Earth Justice and other parties are asking from you in terms of a cumulative impact assessment. So the ESHA would be funded by the legislature, not by operators, from a wide range of funding options. They recommended that third-party consultants or academics conduct the ESHA, and that there would be a lengthy stakeholder process to vet and select those consultants. And they noted that it would require close local government involvement. It would consider a wide array of environmental, media, and socioeconomic factors, meaning you need lots of subject matter experts and a very significant data gathering and verification process. All of which to say, not something that we believe the ECMC could administrate, and not something that operators have either the resources or the expertise to carry out. And perhaps at base as well, there is no reason to believe that the disproportionately impacted communities potentially affected here would trust the operators' data and recommendations and outcomes. As Commissioner Oath pointed out, there is now legislation adopted this year to conduct 2 ESHAs for Colorado in and around DICs. Perhaps some of those will feed into the work you are trying to accomplish here. All of that again goes to the fact that we believe the impact area should remain at a 1-mile radius with administrative discretion to increase for exceptional circumstances. We also believe the comprehensive area plans are an excellent option for EMC operators and communities to conduct wider cumulative impact assessments. Mr. Coshier will talk about that in a few minutes. With that, I am going to pass the baton to Meredith Knopf to talk about some AQCC regulations.
Thank you, Matt. Hello, my name is Meredith Knopf. I'm the Manager of Air Quality and Environment at Prairie Operating Company. First, I would like to thank the Commission and all the presenters who went before us. I think the dialogue and presentations thus far have been thoughtful and helpful towards reaching the primary goal of this rulemaking, which is to continue to lead the country and the world in protecting human health and the environment combined with responsible energy development in Colorado. A bit about Prairie. Prairie is a publicly traded startup in Colorado who just began pre-production development operations in the DJ Basin last week. Although we have a new logo, we have compiled a very experienced staff who knows what it takes to be successful in Colorado. Now about me. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science from Allegheny College, a Master's of Arts in Geography with a focus on hydrology and biogeochemistry, and an MBA with a focus on sustainability, both from CU Boulder. I've been working in air quality as either a consultant or for industry for over 20 years. I was also part of a team that submitted the often mentioned Guanella CAP during this hearing. Most of my work on the CAP centered around cumulative impacts and air emission estimates. The purpose of my testimony today is to provide some additional information on 2 areas that have been discussed at length already: the proposed rules as they relate as they related to NOx intensity and compliance and enforcement and disproportionately impacted communities. I want to emphasize the Air Quality Control Commission's, or AQCC's, recent regulatory efforts, as well as planned efforts to reduce NOx and other air emissions from upstream oil and gas operations. This includes new inspection requirements, emissions reporting, and best management practices. I want to draw your attention to the rules listed on this slide. They are not exhaustive, nor will I go through every rule listed here, but I want to highlight a few of them. First, and the one most people on this call are familiar with, as mandated by Senate Bill 24229, the NOx intensity target regulations adopted in December 2023 were a major advancement towards these efforts. AQCC will undertake an additional rulemaking to further ensure the upstream oil and gas sector meets the goal of reducing NOx emissions 50% by 2030 in the 8-hour ozone control area in northern Weld County between May 1st and September 30th. A NOx steering committee has been formed and is tasked with trying to figure out the best path forward and to make recommendations to meet this 50% reduction. I am part of this committee as well with other members of industry, representatives from utilities, CDPHE, ECMC, local governments, and ENGOs. Two new additional rules that were also promulgated in December 2023 in support of the NOx intensity reductions are lower emission standards requirements for engines greater than 100 horsepower on production locations. And unlike what was presented last week, AQCC does have rules about around operational restrictions for pre-production engines. In the ozone non-attainment area and/or in a CIC, an operator must use a certain tier engine or natural gas for pre-production activities if engines cannot be electrified. As an aside, it is always Prairie's priority to electrify pre-production equipment where we can, and it is always our long-term goal to get electricity to the production pad as soon as it is available. The next rule is specific to NOx modeling. A NOx determination is required for every new air permit application and modification submitted to the Air Pollution Control Division, or APCD. This requirement is also discussed in the permitting section addendum to the modeling guidelines. If an operator's estimated NOx emissions exceed the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, or NAQ standard, then they must complete an air dispersion model before submitting any of their applications. Similar to the NOx determination, operators must also complete an EJ review for all permit applications and modifications, and a complete environmental justice summary is required and must be acknowledged by APCD before an operator can also submit their application or modification. I also want to spend a little more time describing AQCC's air monitoring program, as it was a bit mischaracterized on Friday. Air monitoring for VRCs or methane, you can also choose to monitor for benzene or BTEX, has been required at all new oil and gas locations since May of 2021. The air monitoring must include at least 10 days of baseline monitoring and goes through drilling completions and the first 6 months of production. This is not an LDAR program. Along with continuous air monitoring for VOCs or methane, there's also carbon sorbent tubes placed, similar to what is required in the EPA's refinery fence line monitoring regulation, and are also deployed to monitor for benzene and are analyzed every 2 weeks. If a threshold is exceeded, whether on the air monitors or the sorbent tubes, an operator is notified immediately and initiates an investigation into the source of the emissions. The operator must also submit notification to the APCD and the local governments of this exceedance within 24 hours. In some cases, our LDAR teams are deployed to determine the source of the emissions, but that is not all. We interview our operations team, review operational data, and any other activity data that has been collected at that location. And if necessary, implement BMPs or modifications to standard operating procedures to ensure the emission source is eliminated or mitigated. All this information is also reported to the APCD. Prairie employs an independent third-party contractor to maintain and oversee the monitors and, more importantly, the data that is collected. This data is submitted to APCD every month and is also available to the public. I have personally overseen these programs since its inception, and similar to what Koga presented yesterday, I did not identify or have not identified any consistent or sustained source of emissions that have tripped the VOCs or benzene thresholds. Rather, an occasional human error or equipment malfunction, which again, very rare events, were identified as the root cause. I do think it is premature to assume AQCC's approach will not work to emissions reductions, and ECMC should continue to collaborate with AQCC rather than adopt duplicative or competing regulations. Broadly, and I think this bears repeating, that there has been a ton of data collected over the past couple of years related to these rulemakings that have not been fully analyzed by either APCD or ECMC to fully understand the current emission profiles of oil and gas operations since the inception of these new rules. Additionally, I think analysis of these new rules will also identify any data gaps that we could use in future rulemakings. In concurrence with COGA and API, the last point on NOx intensity specific to this rulemaking that Prairie would like to make is that ECMC should not use the interim NOx intensity target report as a basis for compliance. AQCC did not intend to use this interim report as a basis for determining regulatory compliance either, only as a tool to evaluate progress towards the NOx intensity targets and for data collection for the NOx steering committee. That does not mean I do not think the interim reports could not be used. It could be used as a tool or additional discussion point in any consultations with CDPHE and ECMC if the operator has failed to meet its target intensity as submitted in their annual report. Next, I want to take a minute to discuss DICs and CICs. I want to first thank the various ENGOs and local governments for sharing their lived experiences and their ideas on how to strengthen environmental protections in impacted communities. Specific to this rulemaking, Senate Bill 24229 expressly states that ECMC shall minimize adverse impacts to disproportionately impacted communities that are negatively affected by oil and gas operations. AQCC has recognized important distinctions between disproportionately and cumulatively impacted communities in this context, as the latter category is directly linked to historic environmental adverse impacts. And the ECMC should focus the most aggressive avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures on CICs and where people live in DICs. For reference, the definition of CIC is one in which multiple factors may act cumulatively to affect human health and the environment, and in which the community's Colorado EnviroScreen score is above the 80th percentile. This inclusion of CNCs was never intended to diminish the importance of identifying disproportionately impacted communities, nor to take away protection in these communities. Rather, CICs were included to be additive to these protections. These rules were written so that direct resources and efforts towards the most vulnerable communities where people live, including rules specific to residential and high occupancy building units located within 2,000 feet of an oil and gas location in DICs. These BMPs and ESPs are identical to what is proposed in CICs. It is also important to note that CICs and DICs are not stagnant locations and will be updated appropriately. Furthermore, as many have spoken during this rulemaking, those living in CICs are faced with environmental impacts outside of oil and gas operations. Identifying these areas and setting the precedent for CICs may help direct regulations for other industries to employ ESPs, BMPs, or avoid these communities entirely when siting a new location. Therefore, Prairie maintains that ECMC should direct the most protective BMPs, notifications, and opportunities to participate in the permitting process to CICs. In DICs, the most protective measures should be used when a location is proposed to be located within 2,000 feet of an RBU, HOVU, school facility, or a child care center. Otherwise, the required avoid, minimize, and mitigation strategies will only be protecting vast swaths of unoccupied lands. Thank you again, commissioners, and I will now pass off this presentation to my colleague, Brian Coshier, Vice President of Operations.
Thank you, Meredith, and good morning, commissioners. My name is Brian Coshier, and I'm the Vice President of Operations at Prairie Operating Company. For background, I've actively participated in the stakeholder processes and testified at all ECMC rulemaking since 2020. Before I get started with my testimony, I would like to thank the ECMC staff and commissioners for the work done to date on this rulemaking. This process is not easy, but it works because it's very transparent, with all stakeholders having a forum to voice their opinions, concerns, and hopefully solutions. We would like to offer support for the progress on the latest August 2nd draft rules, particularly the elements outlined within my written testimony. There are a few topics I want to cover today. I would like to talk about the comprehensive area plans, long-term infrastructure planning, the challenges with the previous rules 308, 311, and 312 regarding permit expirations, and finally, enhanced systems and practices. First, I would like to start with a project I worked on for many years and has been discussed a couple times during this hearing, the Guanella CAP. The CAP had an extensive evolution process over a period of 4 years in 2 different companies. I was involved heavily for the entirety of the project, and I managed a team that was responsible for compiling all the deliverables, including the cumulative impacts evaluation. I also worked extensively with utility companies on long-term planning necessary to electrify every oil and gas location within the 52 square mile cap. From start to finish, the cumulative impacts assessment took approximately 2 years. The process was very iterative, as the assessment was continually refined as the project scope changed based on feedback from stakeholders. I would like to be clear on the record on what the cumulative impact analysis entailed, as there has been previous testimonies on this topic that completely misrepresented this. First, our CAP requested preliminary siting approval, which is a very important distinction. Our cumulative impacts evaluation took a holistic approach to evaluate all impacts, both beneficial and adverse, over the entirety of the CAP lands. The evaluation followed Rule 314E10's requirements and was 150 pages long. To be clear, the cumulative impacts evaluation analyzed each individual proposed location based on the requirements of the Form 2A and 2B. In other words, we simultaneously evaluated both the area-wide cumulative impacts and the potential impacts associated with each proposed location. Other stakeholders who referenced the PDC CAP last week did not seem to understand this. Similarly, we performed a holistic alternate location analysis to ensure that the final proposed locations resulted in the least possible impact to the CAP area as a whole. This is important to understand as each location is dependent on the adjacent ones. But we also conducted individual ALAs and provided all the platted requirements for each proposed location. The long-range planning, extensive community outreach, and engagement with third-party partners like utility and midstream companies was a heavy lift, but it resulted both in a global and location-by-location cumulative impacts analysis, as well as tremendous community buy-in. If, as some parties have suggested the past week, an operator was required to completely redo all the information within the CAP submittal at the time of OGDPs, there would be no point in taking on the monumental task of submitting a CAP. Instead, operators would revert to an OGDP by OGDP approach, which is ultimately less efficient and potentially more impactful. The only time a review of individual OGDPs should be required is if land use within 2,000 feet of the proposed location has changed. Without a change in land use, then the data submitted at the CAP level shall be utilized for the OGDPs within. Furthermore, we believe these should be placed on the consent agenda, barring any substantial land use changes. Next, I want to briefly discuss the advantages for large-scale infrastructure planning that CAPs afford. The scale of CAPs provides greater certainty and predictability for large-scale infrastructure planning like line power and midstream takeaway. At the CAP level covering 52 square miles and 10 years of development, there is certainty in endeavoring to build out large-scale infrastructure projects to meet the capacity needs of such a project. Similar to highway infrastructure buildouts, midstream and utility projects aren't built until the required capacity constraints are realized. Predictable and strict adherence to a timeline are necessary to make this happen. And in the case of the Guanella CAP, we were able to align our produced volumes and power needed with the utility and midstream providers. But this took years of planning up front, and the work will continue through the entirety of the project to execute. Without scale, large upgrades to the system may not be feasible. If 2 or 3 locations within an OGDP are planned to be developed within 3 years, the infrastructure may not be possible in the early term for drilling operations and near-term production, but may have adequate capacity for long-term production. Without the scale, that may change what is possible at proposed locations, particularly when accounting for nearby offset operators. I will now turn to timing restrictions or blackout windows that prohibit continuous development and how they may affect enhanced systems and practices. When contemplating for wildlife windows or ozone season blackout windows, as some have suggested in this rulemaking, there may be just 2 or 3 months out of a year when operations will be allowed. That would be unworkable. It is a necessity to spread drilling rigs out over time, the same as it is to methodically bring production facilities on with consideration to those other facilities utilizing the same infrastructure systems. If locations were to be stacked on top of each other, meaning multiple rigs pulling from the grid and multiple facilities competing for the same pipeline capacity, it ceases to work. And the most protective enhanced systems and practices are not possible. These examples also lead to further discussions on enhanced systems and practices. Every development is unique and provides its own challenges as outlined. Requiring specific enhanced systems and practices is short-sighted, in that there are many different levers to pull to ensure an operator is hitting their mandated GHG and NOx targets. There is not just one way to hit these targets. If an operator can display through submitted data to the CDPHE that is indeed meeting these mandated targets, both at a company and project level, then requiring specific enhanced systems and practices is irrelevant. Mandating use of a specified technology by rule, such as closed-loop sandbox technology in proposed Rule 316 CA3A Romanet 4, limits technological evolution and precludes use of other similar and equally effective methods. What matters is meeting the emissions target, and operators should have the leeway to determine the best way to do that. I now would like to touch on permit expirations. We appreciate removing Rule 311 and significantly revising Rules 308 and 312 in the latest August 2nd draft rules. This is an extremely complex topic as outlined in previous testimonies and needs to be further evaluated in a separate rulemaking with a genuine stakeholder process. Putting rules in place that are retrospective in nature for expirations is extremely problematic, and there is a lot of unintended consequences. Rules should not be codified for one-off scenarios, but rather they should have the flexibility to address a one-off scenario if it arises. Finally, over the past week, there's been a lot of discussion on informed consents. I want to state that the organizations I have been part of during my tenure have never paid for a signature. We don't view the informed consent as a document which needs to be signed, but rather it is the mechanism to begin an open and transparent dialogue. It provides an in-depth explanation of what we intend to do through our operations, the timing of such, and to provide information and pertinent studies to stakeholders to develop their own opinions and knowledge base. The entire process works by listening and providing context for further discussion. In closing, over the past 4 years, industry has submitted mass amounts of data, both for the CIDR database and UNGAR. Data has little value unless it has been analyzed to provide tangible synopses. I agree with the others who have testified previously that analyzing this data is representative of modern technology should be a high priority. I appreciate the time today and would like to open it up for questions.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, commissioners. I just want to note that we do have red lines of the rules on our slides. We'll submit those. We're not going to go through those today, however, but they will be part of our submittal. So I will stop sharing and welcome your questions.
Thank you. I'll start off with a broad question or two, then turn to my fellow commissioners. Mr. Cushier, I appreciate the information and the background on the Guanella cap and the positive additions and things that can happen from doing cap planning. Given sort of the approach that you had there, do you have specific recommendations for the cumulative impact and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking to incentivize caps? Or alternatively, is there language in the rules that disincentivize caps that you'd like to amend?
So I appreciate the question, Chair Robbins. Obviously, we're very passionate about the work that went into the Guanella cap and the outcomes of it. There's been a lot of discussion through this rulemaking stakeholder process, particularly around the data submitted at the cap. it was important for us to clarify for the record what the data entailed, in that it was a very holistic approach that told a story of the development of the cap, but also provided the ability for the staff and commission to evaluate each individual location. We firmly believe the way the cap works is that the locations approved during preliminary siting, those locations cannot move, because that's what's predicated on the infrastructure planning with utility companies and midstream companies. So when I said that needs to mean something, if a cap is approved for preliminary siting, those locations thereby are approved. And then we can develop the midstream and utility infrastructure as outlined and planned. One of the things we've talked about a lot is the infrastructure takes time to build. We feel, particularly to expirations, perhaps, maybe at a cap level, the best duration is a 10-year duration for such a large scale project. And we firmly believe that, OGDPs approved within the cap should be on consent agenda to further incentivize. It's a lot of work that goes into it. We spent 2 years developing the application. We all remember we spent about 18 hours on camera for hearings. So that needed to mean something. To come back and redo all the data at the OGDP level, and then get ready for subsequent hearings at the OGDP level just seems duplicative. We also agreed that we would update all the data if land use within each proposed location significantly changed. And I think that's a caveat that we can incorporate into the rules. But we firmly believe the best mechanism for what we're trying to accomplish cumulatively is a cap. If you really want to get landscape level planning for infrastructure, community outreach, transparency. We said the cap application was everyone's application. It wasn't PDC's because we worked with local governments, we worked with communities, we worked with all the regulatory agencies, and the cap changed based on the feedback from those stakeholders. So that's an important part of the process. I mean, obviously, the one thing I want to point out: caps take large blocks of acreage that an operator controls. So it's not always possible for operators to put forth a cap. It's unique circumstances where there's operatorship over a large area, and that should be the distinction between the cap and OGDP.
And I think you testified that as to Guanella, you not only looked at kind of cumulative impacts from kind of a global perspective, but you also looked at it with regard to each of the proposed preliminary siting locations. And so does that indicate that your company would be comfortable with the rule that required both?
So both meaning to do it at the cap level and then come back and redo it at the OGDP level, or
that would do a cumulative impact analysis both kind of globally at the cap level, and then also do a CI analysis for each of the proposed locations.
So we worked hand in hand with the ECMC staff in the development of our cumulative impacts evaluation. We wanted to perform a holistic approach because it covered 52 square miles of land, and every location really spoke with the other one adjacent to it. So it was important to tell the holistic story. Like I testified to, the data within was location specific, and followed the formats of the Form 2A and 2B. So our agreement with the staff was that the data wouldn't be redone, but rather it would be pulled out of that holistic cumulative impact evaluation at the time of OGDP submittal and submitted into the Form 2Bs that would go into the CIDR database. So all the data was there initially. It just was parsed out separately at the OGDP level. We have no issues doing that. The challenge becomes is if we're asked to redo it at the time of OGDP submittal, because like I said, the work that's done at the cap level needs to mean something.
Right, and that's where the preliminary siting approvals, when they come in, they should be consent and not having to do kind of a redo, I think, if I understand your testimony.
Yeah, and that's why I made that point specifically during the testimony is caps of preliminary siting have different requirements. and you have the level of detail to make a decision at each specific location based on what was submitted, based on preliminary siting requirements.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to be super clear, we don't support having to come back and do OGDP by OGDP cumulative impacts analysis, and quite frankly, think that would be the death knell for caps. So what Mr. Coshier has described is the way that they were able to do it, so that they did it site by site and globally, and they could parse out the data for each location, but you don't want to come back and do it again unless land use has changed. And I think Brian is pretty clear about that.
Yeah, okay. No. Appreciate that dialogue. Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of
Can't hear.
Hey, Commissioner Cross, I'm sorry, we got to get you a new microphone. I'm sorry. We're
How
still
about
having
now?
trouble hearing you. Say that again.
Is that any better?
Tons
Yes.
better.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know what's happening with my computer on this. I just want to ask a couple follow-up questions on Chair Robbins' cap questions, and then I think one clarification for Mr. Lepore. I do want to say I think the Guanella cap was kind of the standard bearer for what we've seen thus far, but we haven't seen the preliminary siting for all of the different caps. Do you think that preliminary siting is something that should be required in the cap to achieve this cumulative impact analysis?
I think we should offer the flexibility, and that's really the operator's choice on how they want to pursue. Our train of thought here at Prairie, based on the experience that we had with the Guanella cap, is if we pursued a cap, we would do it again with preliminary siting, based on what we outlined, that you had the specific location data to make an informed decision on the approval of those locations. But that would also be predicated on that data submitted at the cap level is substantial and means something, and does not have to be reevaluated at the OGDP level. So I wouldn't suggest changing the rule based on what our thoughts and our opinions are, because I think everyone has their right to figure out the best application process they want to, that suits their company. But like I said, for us at Prairie, if we were to pursue a cap, it would be with preliminary siting.
Okay, that's helpful.
Can I tag on to that real quick, Commissioner? I think you could incentivize the preliminary siting in a way that Mr. Coshier alluded to, which would be to say that those OGDPs, when they came up, would be on the consent agenda. So that's an incentive I think we're thinking about.
And so in situations where there's not preliminary siting, based on what Mr. Lepore said and what you testified to earlier, Mr. Coshier, I assume then if there's not preliminary siting, then you still would go through the normal OGDP process under your proposal. Would you then still require the cumulative impact analysis at the OGDP level again, since it wasn't confirmed locations at the cap level?
I would say it depends on how the data and information was compiled. If there was just conceptual locations, meaning that the locations weren't specific to exactly where they're going to be located, how everything was going to be oriented, then yes, based on the requirements of OGDPs, you need to submit very specific location, plats, orientation, layout drawings that need to be evaluated. So without having where the locations are going to be, then you would need, the mechanism would be the OGDP level to submit all that.
Okay, that's helpful as well. And I think one other clarification with respect to this is you talked about unless there's a land use change. And I'm wondering if you have any suggestions as to, would it be based on type of land use changes, a certain amount of a land use change? Do you have any kind of standards in mind of, oh, well, there's some proposals, so maybe it changes? Is it something that's actually occurred? I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty challenging. For reference, our acreage position that we have here at Prairie is very rural in nature. It's all ranch lands, owners that own mass amounts of acreage and a lot of times minerals. So really from our perspective, not much is going to change. But coming from operators that have worked, in the more densely urban areas of the basin, you know, a lot of the locations that we chose in the past, you know, were either with developers or in recognition of platted developments that are coming around in the area. So we made very distinct decisions based on timing of the development, based on what is planned around the area, meaning that if there's a platted subdivision coming in the area, which a lot of times that is predicated by us developing and taking out older existing infrastructure for those to be built, we would come in and develop those, prior to that subdivision coming in. So, when we plan a location and plan for the development, everything is considered in the area. But to answer your question, yes, I would say, if there's, an increased density of houses or, 50 to 80 houses, I don't know what the number is, but if you're standing on the location and it distinctly looks different within 2,000 feet, then it needs to be reevaluated.
Okay, and I guess related to that, if there's maybe not, because one of the things that came up as well was also the idea of not just how it looks, but also the time if it looks. For example, you talked about a 10-year period. And so I'm curious if it maybe doesn't necessarily look different, but maybe there's something that's been proposed and it's still kind of going through, but nothing's really happened yet, but it's been 7 years down the road. Do you think it's then appropriate to do additional cumulative impacts analysis, or do you think that because it hasn't actually changed, it would still be consistent with the initial analysis?
If it hasn't actually changed, then the evaluation, we can't evaluate cumulative impacts based on what is to come. We really need to understand what is there today. But I think this is more of a local government discussion, as when we get a location approved at a local government, it is thereby put into the planning of the development of its community, city, or county. So I believe this is probably more of a local land use discussion than an operator.
Can I just add on to the timing factor, Commissioner? I know that for the PDC cap, timing was huge and focused on, as Brian said, getting things done before the suburban development happened. And I think your hypothetical of something's on the drawing board but hasn't been built should take into account that opportunity to get in for the oil and gas operators to get in and get out, before those residences, if that's what they are, become occupied. And I couldn't agree more with Brian about the local government aspect of this. We sort of jokingly said PDC would put up giant, cardboard oil and gas rigs to mark the locations of the planned development and make sure everybody knew. The process PDC went through, local governments all knew where those sites were going to be. And I actually think that's very relevant because they make the decision about whether that suburban development comes in after the fact.
Thank you for that. And thank you for those clarifications. I think the caps are also very important and to try and make sure that we continue to incentivize, as you testified to, Mr. Coshier, the larger scale analysis as well as the more site-by-site analysis. I think that's exactly what we hope to accomplish with this rulemaking. And so I think that is helpful. And then I think my last question, Mr. Lepore, going back to the ESHA that was talked about, understanding that undertaking an ESHA on our own would be, I don't want to say necessarily superfluous, but also, we'll just say a large lift, and maybe an excessively daunting lift. One of the things that was talked about as well was also making sure that all agencies buy into that ESHA process. And so I think one of the things that was testified to during that discussion was not only the possibility of kind of starting an ESHA on our own, but also making sure that ECMC data was used and provided and kind of funneled to the ESHAs that will be done. Do you have any thoughts, questions, concerns with that aspect of that testimony?
No, Commissioner, I I think that was part of the attraction for me when I read the EJ Task Force report, was that sort of global look and the ability for different agencies to tap into that, tag onto it, if you will. I think it would be a fantastic use of the CIDR database data to feed that information to whomever is conducting the ESHA to have it broadly available. I think there's just been, I think, a little confusion from the start about what exactly the commission or the operators are being asked to do, you know, when it comes to cumulative impacts. And a true cumulative impact assessment, to me, is exactly what ESHA contemplated and proposed. And then certainly, if it's the operators or the agency itself goes and looks at that global cumulative impact assessment and says, this is an area, I'll pick an easy one. You know, it's got a lot of noise. It's got highways on the north and highways on the west, and there's manufacturing, and it's just noisy all the time. All right, so you're going to ask a lot of an operator that wants to set up a drilling rig in that area. I mean, it's going to add to the noise. So do everything you can do to avoid that noise or mitigate that noise, or, you know, possibly again look at some alternatives to where you would put a rig. So I think it would be fantastic if we had a global baseline assessment of that nature.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this presentation, and I think those are all my questions.
Other questions from commissioners for the panel? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panelists for your thoughtful and specific comments. I appreciate your presentation. Just a couple of questions that are a little more, I guess, a little more global. And this one probably is directed at you, Ms. Knopf. You know, it's been pointed out a number of times that we've been charged with protecting DICs. And you mentioned CICs as additional protections. Others have argued that it's the opposite and would actually limit protections. And so I'm sure we'll have further discussion about that. But I wanted to just ask if you have any other thoughts on additional protections for DICs that should be implemented in this rulemaking that don't currently exist.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Ackerman. I don't know if I have specific. I think the issue with protections in DICs stems from the census blocks in which they're I guess made from. They're big. Some of them are very big, especially on the western slope. We have some equally big ones on the Eastern Plains and Northern Will County as well. And I think the goal with the CICs was to kind of keep that census block specific to CICs. And then with DICs, where you have these giant areas where nothing is to focus all that time and resources on where people live in the DICs. So you're getting that directed resources towards people and not land. And so the only thing I could think of about DICs is, again, and I think it's been captured a little bit in this rulemaking and talked about, is just that need for that community outreach with the community liaisons. I definitely think that is an excellent idea, and one that I heard even additional comments on that I think are helpful to kind of strengthen that position. That is where I think the greatest need is in DICs and CICs, is just that communication and dialogue between operators and the people around there. I think we learned a lot of lessons with the Guanella CAP and subsequent OGDPs about outreach and talking to people and education too. I think that's a big piece of this as well. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. Oil and gas operations is complicated, and oil and gas operations 2024 look very different from oil and gas operations in 2013 in Colorado, and still look very different from oil and gas operations perhaps in Texas and North Dakota. And so those kinds of distinctions need to be made.
Thank you. I appreciate those thoughts, and certainly recognize that CICs are a subset of DICs. I didn't want that to be misconstrued, that I was stating those were different concepts. And I appreciate you mentioning community liaisons. I don't know if you heard the discussion that the commission had with the Black and Brown Parents United Foundations, and I have certainly high hopes that community liaisons can be a very hands-on approach to some of the things that you talked about here. My next question, I think Mr. Coshier would probably be directed at you, although anyone on the panel certainly is welcome to take it. When Mr. Lepore was talking in his introduction, he talked about the words would have and spent some time talking about what CI impacts are not, and appreciate the clarity of his presentation there. Could you give some examples? Again, I know I'm putting you on the spot off the top of your head of any impacts that are currently not considered by ECMC regulations that Prairie believes would fit into the category of cumulative impacts that should be incorporated in this rulemaking.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. You know, the analyses that we do currently are very in-depth across multifaceted disciplines. You know, we have biologists, air quality experts, wildlife experts, water quality experts that currently you know we utilize to evaluate the cumulative impacts both at an OGDP and cap level. Off the top of my head, I don't believe there's anything else to add into the analysis that we don't already cover. You know, we cover truck trips, diesel miles traveled, round trips. I mean, it's a pretty in-depth and thorough analyses with a wide variety of subject matter experts that add into that. So I do just want to, you know, add on to what Meredith said. I think the communication is really what's come a long way. Obviously, the technology has evolved in the last decade, but really how we communicate and how transparent we are is something we are most proud of as an industry. And that, you know, that really has come a long way in the last decade, but particularly the last 4 or 5 years based on some of the rules promulgated in front of this commission. So, but to answer your question, I can't, there's nothing off the top of my head that we can further evaluate that we are not today.
Thank you, Mr. Coshier. I appreciate that and agree that there is considerable effort that goes into the evaluation of cumulative impacts currently. And I wanted to echo, as a side note, Commissioner Cross's comments on the efficacy, in my opinion, of the Guanella cap submission also. As a follow-up to that, I would just say that you've likely heard this in the discussions and seen in pre-hearing statements that there are those that argue that cumulative impacts analysis is great, but that we should do something with it, right? That there should be triggers incorporated into the regulations. There should be limits incorporated into the regulations. And I was wondering if you could give some of your thoughts on that philosophy.
You know, thanks again for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. If we rewind our minds to 2020 during mission change, you know, there's just a vast amount of rules that went through that rulemaking. Every series besides the 1000 series was touched in that rulemaking. Just a Herculean effort. But you know, we discussed particularly Rule 604 and the 2,000 feet based on the 2019 CDPHE study. But if we look at that study, you know, Ms. McMullen did a great job of, you know, really rehashing, you know, our minds of 4 years ago. But if we look at that study, that data is based on 2013, 2014 technologies that were implemented in oil and gas development. I mean, in the way the technologies have evolved, 10 years is almost 50 years for other industries. So that's really where, you know, our thought was is if we could have came into this rulemaking with a similar study, but based on the data that's been submitted over the last 3-4 years to kind of level set where we're at, and particularly to human health effects of oil and gas development, I think that would have been, you know, a very good mechanism for us to rely on. I also want to state on the record that, you know, through these rulemaking processes, you know, and the stakeholder process, there's a lot of negative thoughts that are talked about. I just want to take a minute to really say how proud we are as an industry of where we come in the last 10 years, but But also what I think is remiss sometimes is the collaborative effort that the industry works with, both the regulatory bodies at the CDPHE, ECMC, local governments, that where we've come is just been a Herculean collaborative effort. And I think we all sit here today very proud of the way we develop in Colorado and really how clean the molecules are that we produce. But that can't be done without everyone on the staffs, the commissions, the industry, and I just wanted to say that the collaborative effort is really something I'm most proud of. Going through these rulemakings.
Yeah, and I can just add to that a little bit too, is, through the CAP process, what we started with was what is not what we brought forward to the hearing. Through all those discussions and collaborations with local governments, community members, those locations and the technology we used on it evolved. So by the time we got to the hearing, this Guanella cap wasn't just, a PDC product. It was a product in collaboration with ECMC, CDPHE, local communities, local governments. So I think a lot of people miss everything that happens the years up and all the consultations we had, multiple with CDPHE, multiple with CPW, many discussions with Weld County, all the landowners in the proximity, and then of course with ECMC as well. And I think that is something that isn't talked about enough maybe in the hearings that we can enforce too, because we do evolve and change based on input. So it's definitely not a stagnant process. It's evergreen up until the point we feel like we've got the best siting technology available for what we're trying to do.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses, and I've seen certainly firsthand some of the advancement that's taken place as well. And again, I know these are questions that are a little more philosophical, but I do think it would add to the discussion. We hear a lot about advancements in technologies and how that's making things better in Colorado. We usually talk about it at kind of a more global level like that. I'm wondering if you can give us some examples specifically of how technology has evolved since the mission change rulemaking from your perspective, and how that has helped accomplish some of the goals, potentially accomplish some of the goals that we're trying to accomplish in a cumulative impacts rulemaking.
Thank you again for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. I think one of the big things that's really changed is our utilization of the grid. Grid power has been a focus of industry. If you look year over year since 2020, the percentage of rigs on the grid just keeps on increasing. But that's also a lot of work, with utility companies, because there's a lot of competing demand. So I really appreciate the work they've done to enable us to hook our locations into grid, particularly for drilling rigs. Now, for drilling, we're talking a 3.5 megawatt demand load. And then we switch over to completions. On the hydraulic fracturing side, there just isn't a capacity on the grid for the demand load needed to completely electrify a frac. But the equipment that we have on location now, essentially running everything off of natural gas, either at a power generation side to power electric engines and pumps, or to have direct driven natural gas turbines, engines to a pump. I mean, just the focus that's been put on that is really incredible. And then if we go to our facilities, the minimization of equipment over these last 5 years is just astounding. I mean, you can just even look at layout drawings without even going into the field and just see how much equipment has been removed from our facilities, which, our goal is to always run those off of line power as well. So from an emission standpoint, the evolution has been really astounding. And I think we presented those numbers at both our CAP hearing and then OGDP hearings, even at Prairie. Because if you look at the quantification of reductions of emissions, it's something that should be applauded. And we're just continually trying to get better.
Yeah, and if I can add one more thing too, is some of the monitoring equipment too has really improved. Like the continuous emission monitors are still fairly new, and they're getting better every day. And there's also quantification abilities too. So putting in LiDAR cameras and lasers and stuff like that, so we can really get an understanding of what our emission footprint is and our emission sources are, has come a long way too. And they're getting better every year too. So It's another point I wanted to add.
Thank you so much to both of you. I do think it's important to the discussion to talk, we talk about progress that's being made in lowering emissions, and I appreciate those couple of specific examples that are helpful in the dialogue. I just wanted to finish by making a comment. Ms. Knopf, thank you for recognizing the importance of dialogue, education, the need to collaborate going forward. I do think that's key, and I certainly reiterate the chair's hope that that'll happen during the next week and we can make some progress prior to reconvening. So appreciate your time here today, your expertise, and the thoughts that you've provided. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Further questions for the panel? Commissioner Messner?
Mr. Coshier, Ms. Knopf, I'll start with a comment. I've always appreciated the quality of applications that you've both submitted. And I think certainly, as Commissioner Cross indicated, they're the gold standard in many ways of at least applications that I review. But I did have a question for you, Mr. Coshier, because this is something I continue to struggle with. I understand your concerns about any retroactive applicability of rules, and so do acknowledge and understand that concern. But prospectively, for new applications, understanding the timing of operations and the expiration of permits, I'm wondering how you evaluate the cumulative impacts of an operation, both the direct impacts and the cumulative impacts, if you have an unlimited expiration or timing allowed for the operations that create those impacts.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I have to say I was waiting for a few questions is an understatement, but no, most of what we thought was challenging with 308, 311, and 312 was in regards to retrospective permits that were previously approved with COAs that were approved at the time, the understanding of the ability to re-permit, the understanding of how you can actually execute a Form 2, which was by setting surface casing. So most of our concerns were with that. If we're talking about looking forward on new applications, we can plan and evaluate based on what we have in rules today. It just becomes very complex when new rules come out that affect what was previously approved. So I agree with Karis's testimony with, I believe it was 311B, and I'd be lying if I knew the exact reference to rule, where in cases where you have challenging wildlife issues, or say it's going to take 2 to 3 years to get infrastructure in place, then that is something that we should be able to provide in our application, saying, OGDPs are 3 years currently. We need 5 years on this one because of X, Y, Z. So we appreciate that flexibility. So like I mentioned, everything we had issues with was retrospective as opposed to prospective.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Further questions, Commissioner Oath?
Thank you. Appreciate all of your testimony. And I have not had the pleasure to spend quite as much time with you on the Guanella Cap. So appreciate your perspective and your thoughts. Just a couple of questions. And I know you did make your thoughts and positions on cumulative impacts analyses with the caps and OGDP is fairly clear. So hopefully this question is not belaboring the point, but that allied local governments did, present kind of the beginnings of some thoughts on ways to look at that and approach that in a way that would not be duplicative, but would really be meaningful in terms of the sort of type of information that is available at the different stages. So just wanted to give you, and many commissioners expressed interest in that and wanting to hear, operators' thoughts on that. So wanted to see if you have any thoughts to share on that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Oath, for the question. And I think that's where we felt there was the biggest discrepancy, is just the lack of understanding of what was submitted at the Guanella Cap level. What we submitted at the Guanella Cap, like I said, was just a holistic evaluation. But on an individual specific location, a proposed location level, all the information that we submitted at the cap level was based on the requirements of an OGDP at the OGDP level for both the forms 2A and 2B, which are the specific to the location. So all that data was in there to evaluate each location. So, and that's our thought is of it being duplicative, is that we've already done that work to satisfy the submittal requirements at an OGDP. And unless it fundamentally changes, then that data doesn't change either.
And I would also add that is because we had preliminary siting at all our locations.
Okay, all right.
That's the important distinction with, at the cap. If it's preliminary siting, then all that data that is required at the OGDP level is within the cap level as well.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, and then in terms of the setback conversation, there was a lot of conversation about, is this, presumptively a ban, but then there were numbers presented about how infrequently development was occurring within 2,000 feet of a home or school or childcare center within a DIC. So I'm still just trying to get my arms around understanding, what's at stake here, how many potential of these developments we're looking at in the future. So would you all be able to speak to kind of what you see for Prairie coming forward in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so I can answer that, Commissioner Oath. Currently, like I said, we're a startup company. We have our first new development occurring, right now. So we have a land position that we have permitted already. Some of it we permitted this year and continued growth into that position. Currently, our acreage is in northern Weld County, really just north of Briggsdale, tucked up kind of under the Wyoming border, if you will. So the large swath of land that we have is not currently in a DIC. It is very rural in nature, and like I said, it's ranch land. And not to have a pun here, but it looks like a prairie. But with our growth plans, we are looking at other assets to acquire, and there are assets within DICs, and that is something that we have a thorough evaluation of, is if we acquire these assets, what are our pathways to permitting additional assets within. So nothing we have in possession today is in a DIC, but our growth plans will be affected by DICs, and that's why it's so important for us to just understand what it looks to permit within a DIC. Obviously, our first step of avoidance is to have nothing within 2,000 feet. But I think we've displayed in the past that we could still have very protective developments within 2,000 feet of RBUs, and a lot of times those are the best locations that have been evaluated through the alternate location analysis. And I can't say this enough. Every development is so unique in nature, based on the surface locations, your minerals that you're trying to develop, and that there's just not like a broad brush stroke that can just cover everything. So that was what really was important with 60B4, was being able to display the substantial equivalent even within 2,000 feet.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that. And then my last question is, in terms of the radius by which operators would need to provide pre-application notice, or the residents that would be involved in pre-consultation, or the radius that would trigger CDPHE consultation. I think in the August draft is, within 2,000 feet. Some of the parties have suggested a larger radius, such as a mile. I'm curious for operators' thoughts on implementability and feasibility of that.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Woodward's testimony yesterday. I think the best approach is to let us, as an industry and with our trade organizations, take this offline over the next week and be able to come back during rebuttals with a firm stance on that. Like I said, we're a little different. We have, in a lot of cases, just a couple RBUs within a mile in some cases. So I think let's take it offline as an industry with our trade groups and come back with a more definitive industry-wide agreement on that.
Okay, yeah,
If I-
absolutely appreciate that you all are gonna continue that conversation, so thank you.
If I may tag on to that briefly, Commissioner, I think that there is a commitment from industry to engage with the other stakeholders during our little recess here for the next few days on that subject.
Great, thanks.
Appreciate that and want to encourage that. One last question, Mr. Cochet. You mentioned that ECMC and AQCC must use the data they already have, need to analyze the data. What was your point there?
My point was, if, like I said, rewinding the mission change, the 2,000 feet was based on what we believed was an antiquated study based on data that's not representative of today's technology and the way we develop oil and gas in the state of Colorado. So the point is if we could use the data that has been submitted and verified by third party and the state to conduct an additional study on human health impacts from oil and gas development, that would be extremely beneficial in any conversations we have.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any further questions for the panel? Commissioner Shea?
Yeah, this is just a little bit of follow-up on what you just asked, Chair Robbins. And I was just curious, I think you'd mentioned that the health study, there's been a lot of improvements in technologies. And I was just curious if you think that some of the other small and mid-scale operators could achieve, those new technologies that you kind of discussed.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Shea, for the question. And I would just say that being a startup publicly traded company in Colorado with currently no production online, this is about as small as you may get for an operator with new development, I'll say. And I think through our application, the application that we've submitted and went to hearing in March, and the application that we have in completeness review currently with staff, that would display that we have no issues meeting, the highest standards of technology that some of the major operators are using today. So, we are a small shop, but we're built on innovation, and we can deploy the technologies any other larger operator can.
Okay, appreciate that. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. A good last question for this operator. We will let you move on. Let's take 10 minutes. Let's return at 10:23. And in the interim, let's tee up Chevron. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. We're taking up docket 240600145. It is September 10th. It's 10:23. And we now will recognize Chevron for its case in chief.
Thank you, Chair Robbins, and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dave Neslin of Davis, Graham & Stubbs, appearing on behalf of Chevron USA. Next slide. Appearing with me is my colleague Randy Dan and three witnesses from Chevron's Rockies business unit: Patricia Meinrich, Senior Permitting Coordinator, Luke McCartney, Facilities Engineering Manager, and Derek Eggert, Environmental Manager. At the outset, we want to convey our thanks to you, Commissioners, to your staff, to the other parties for all of the hard work that has been put into this very important proceeding. Next slide. Patricia, please go ahead.
Good day. My name is Patricia Meinrich. I am the Senior Permitting Coordinator for Chevron's Rockies Business Unit, responsible for planning and permitting oil and gas development projects, over 1,000 wells, and multiple comprehensive plans. I've been comprehensive planning and permitting projects since 2017, beginning with our Mustang CDP. I would like to start with DICs. Chevron works hard to site locations that are mindful of all impacts. We are also mindful that there is increasing urbanization and DICs are not static. While many of our recent developments have been permitted outside of DIC, Chevron has undertaken developments in DICs. For example, the Mustang CDP, which was approved in 2018, while located primarily on a very successful 35,000 plus acre private ranch, is also predominantly located within a DIC area. We have been operating this project successfully and responsibly for the last 6 years, developing more than 400 wells. With this development, we have also eliminated more than 1,400 older vertical wells that have been replaced by more technologically advanced wells and facility designs. My colleague Luke McCartney will provide detail on how these new wells and facility designs operate more efficiently and with fewer air emissions. The map that you're seeing is County. If you can go back one, please. Okay, the map that you are viewing is of Weld County that features disproportionately impacted communities in the brown shaded polygons and CICs in the red cross hatched polygons. As part of a responsible development and improving techniques, since 2016, Chevron has plugged and reclaimed more than 7,200 wells and facilities that utilized older technology, single well pads, and tanks. The green dots on the map represent those 7,000 plus locations that Chevron has plugged and reclaimed, many of which were in DICs and CICs. Many new developments feature tankless facilities utilizing pipeline infrastructure for oil, gas, and water, eliminating truck hauling, consolidating footprints, and centralizing production facilities. Can you move to the next slide, please? The next map zooms into the Mustang CDP and those 1,400 plus vertical wells that have been plugged as part of the Mustang CDP. Here you can see the volume of wells that Chevron has plugged and removed in this DIC area. I want to touch now on some of the outreach efforts that we undertake. Chevron conducts open house style forums for each of our comprehensive development projects that allow the community to engage one-on-one with company subject matter experts about the proposed operations, locations, impacts, and mitigations. I personally planned 5 of these open houses where every resident within the comprehensive development is invited to attend. We offer childcare and translation services. Residents not able to attend may contact us for a one-on-one call at their convenience. We also conduct numerous outreach efforts, including phone calls, mailings, and in-person visits. Chevron actively engages in the local government's pre-application process. Chevron is also further open to having discussion on how to provide additional procedural measures to disproportionately impacted communities. We support the enhanced protections for CICs as proposed in the August 8 draft rules. Focusing on CICs correctly concentrates on the most impacted communities and those proximate RBUs within DICs. Without this focus, the DIC areas are too broad, which may result in resources devoted to areas where there are non-impacted communities and no RBUs, areas such as rangelands. Now let's discuss setbacks. A hard setback at 2,000 feet does not account for any of the additional siting considerations outside of residence that go into selecting a location. When citing locations, Chevron looks at a number of factors that includes the proximity to DICs and CICs, the number of RBUs, the distance to each RBU, the presence of high priority habitat and/or other wetland factors, the distance to schools, and the existence of and quality of access roads. A location may be selected in a DIC that has RBUs within 2,000 feet because 1, DIC cannot be avoided in the area, or 2, the location limits the number of RBUs and increases the distance to those RBUs, or 3, the distance to other environmental factors or receptors is such that the location is most protective to all resources. Chevron aims to protect all RBUs within our developments and focuses on sites that are least impactful when considered comprehensively. When evaluating potential sites, Chevron looks at the ability of a location to develop mineral resources from as few locations as possible. For example, a facility may be sited in a location central to the associated well pads to eliminate the need for multiple facilities sited on the extremities of the development. Chevron has incorporated this central facility design and consolidated footprint in developments to reduce the number of disparate surface disturbances that are spread throughout the communities and habitats. Let's now move to unanimous informed consent. Like Mr. Dean's testimony from Adams County, unanimous informed consent is an unrealistic standard to any development. Focusing on unanimous consent also does not account for any of the additional siting considerations outside of residence that go into selecting a location, similar to focusing on a hard 2,000-foot setback. People have various reasons to withhold informed consent, reasons that may have nothing to do with the proposed development. For example, I have been involved in developments where the resident did not object to the proposed development, but did not want to sign an informed consent document that they felt had legal implications and possible limitations to their future rights. I've worked projects where service owners and residents have refused to sign a document due to an ongoing family feud. In situations like these, no matter what level of design innovations, protections, and mitigations that an operator provides, individuals will not be swayed from their position. In situations like these, it doesn't matter if there is 1 or 20 RBUs within 2,000 feet, if unanimous consent is the standard. It doesn't matter if the location avoided HPH, wetland, schools, any other receptors, or obtained informed consent from 19 of the 20 RBUs. All that matters is that 1 RBU that didn't provide informed consent. That 1 RBU has a disproportionate level of influence over all other considerations and all other consents. Decisions made about the appropriateness of siting are best addressed on a case-by-case basis through a public process that applies the appropriate review standard to that specific case. Through this process, the Commission can consider impacts and mitigations holistically rather than applying a rigid formula that is not informed by contextual circumstances. Continuing the practice of substantial equivalency allows the Commission to determine if a location is protective based on the complete picture, taking into account numerous factors and the operator's ability to establish protections and mitigations. Moving on to the topic of impact areas. When planning projects, Chevron is working years in advance of actual permit submission. By the time a location is included in a permit and submitted for consideration, we have devoted thousands upon thousands of hours in assessing a location's ability to minimize impacts to receptors. At Chevron, more than 50 people work on planning locations and preparing developments for permitting, contributing to more than 100,000 hours per year. In order to provide this level of detail required on the forms, plans, narratives, and applications, details about sound wall and lighting placement, the location and height of topsoil stockpiles, stormwater management measures, reclaimed acreage, ingress and egress points, the ability to plan infrastructure build out for pipelines and line power, etc., and to evaluate our ability to minimize impacts to receptors. Operators need to have certainty in what they are examining. A presumptive 1-mile impact area provides operators with the certainty to draw lines, identify impacted receptors, refine plans to avoid or minimize impacts to the identified receptors, and to prepare locations that have underwent careful scrutiny. If the impact area radius changes throughout the process, at a pre-application process or at hearing, it is not as simple as including another RBU. Changing an impact area's radius could introduce new elements such as HPH, state or federal acreage, schools, DIC, CIC, etc. Changes to the impact area radius will potentially require new title work, topographical and spatial surveys, landowner consents, wildlife and wetland reports, notices, and agency and governmental consultations. Knowing an impact area at the outset of planning helps an operator avoid areas and receptors or plan on how to minimize impacts to those unavoidable receptors. A shift in the impact area would effectively set the planning process back months, if not to the beginning. Expanding the impact area radius can also result in shifting the focus from the source of impact and those receptors that are most impacted. An increased impact area may bring in additional receptors, but due to their ever-increasing distance from the location source, the impacts are diminished, more speculative, and could be influenced from sources unrelated to the location. Expanding the impact area radius may produce more information, but is less useful to assessing impacts and mitigations to those in closer proximity to the location. Let us now pivot to address cumulative impacts at the CAP level. I've personally drafted cumulative impact plans for CDPs, CAPs, and OGDPs. Based on my experience, I believe that the appropriate level for addressing cumulative impacts is at the CAP. The CAP is the comprehensive plan, and it is the holistic view that should consider impacts as they exist collectively. A cap level cumulative impact plan can address impacts from the OGDP and planned locations as they roll up to the cap. This approach allows the operator, public, and commission to see how comprehensive planning considers impacts cumulatively throughout the development and throughout the duration of the plan. A cumulative impact plan that is produced on the OGDP alone does not account for the impacts, adverse, net neutral, or beneficial, of neighboring development. It is an incomplete picture. Chevron appreciates that the August 8 draft recognizes the values of comprehensive planning, providing information in a Form 2F at the cap level, and the ability to submit information for the CIDR database. This process eliminates the duplicative nature of submitting a cumulative impact plan at the cap and OGDP level. Duplicating process acts as a disincentive to engaging in long-term planning and resources dedicated to producing a cap, if everything has to be repeated at the OGDP level. Finally, let us shift to biological resources. Chevron supports the August 8th draft rule approach to focus on habitat and surface disturbance rather than biological resource as defined in the June 14th draft rules. I think there is more work that needs to be done to clarify the interrelation between wildlife resources and biological resources. Biological resources warrants further discussion to clarify the definition, to explore how these resources are identified, and to understand the application of biological resources in the rules. Chevron has taken the lead in improving wildlife habitats and contributing to the greater biodiversity, and we welcome further discussion on biological resources. Also, I wanted to add that Chevron is a proud sponsor of Codex, and I believe it can be a helpful tool for planning. I think that information within Codex pertaining to the Eastern Slope, plant species, and invertebrate organisms needs to be expanded. Many lands on the Eastern Slope are privately owned and will also require working with these private landowners to gain access to collect data. I will now turn the presentation over to my colleague, Luke McCartney.
Thanks, Patricia. Thanks. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Luke McCartney, Facilities Engineering Manager for Chevron's Rockies Business Unit here in Colorado. Today, I'll be speaking on Chevron's next generation facilities and their benefits to oil and gas operations, as well as speaking on timelines associated with new facility planning, the benefits of comprehensive planning, and a proposed alternative go-live date for Rule 316C. Next slide. Since the earlier part of this decade, Chevron has been constructing and operating our next generation facilities with a goal of lower emissions, smaller surface footprint, and overall less impact to the environment and communities that we operate in. Several teams work together to determine what an upstream oil and gas facility of the future should look like, and our design today is the result of broad stakeholder involvement, engaging many teams across Chevron, across industry, and feedback from our community partners. Some of the features of our newest designs are industry firsts, and we're proud to have developed these innovations right here in Colorado. We believe they embrace the Commission's mission and are a blueprint for safe, responsible onshore oil and gas development and operations globally that Coloradans can be proud of. Next slide. On this slide, you can see a picture of a legacy facility on the left and a next generation facility on the right. Our newest designs have eliminated oil and water production tanks, removing millions of miles of truck traffic over the life of a project. We have eliminated all flares and combustors, all major equipment is electrified, and at a distance of 500 feet, our facility has the same noise level as an average refrigerator running in a home. Instrument air is used to power pneumatics, removing methane sources. We have eliminated the need for temporary flowback crews and equipment while developing a spec oil product direct to pipeline. Delivering spec oil means that this facility does not require downstream central gathering or processing facilities, further minimizing impact. The facilities are equipped with extensive safety systems that continuously monitor operations on site, and all locations are monitored 24/7 from our control room in Greeley. These innovations result in a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and a 95% reduction in land use compared to legacy development approaches, and represent how we safely, responsibly produce today in Colorado. Next slide. Many of the enhanced systems and practices suggested in Rules 316C to lower emissions are inherent to our next generation designs and pioneered by Chevron here in Colorado. Many of those innovations are enabled by comprehensive planning, including pipeline infrastructure and utility power, which generally take years of planning effort to realize. Existing Rule 314 regarding comprehensive area plans acknowledges the benefits of comprehensive planning to support infrastructure development, best management practices, and centralization of facilities. The framework provides an initial 6-year window for that work to occur. As currently drafted, Rule 316C is intended to go live January 1st of 2025, but that's not enough time to adequately change plans for projects currently in flight. Chevron has several projects currently in flight from recently acquired companies, which have already undergone extensive review and been approved by ECMC. We're working to align those legacy programs and approaches to Chevron's approach, and that effort takes time. Next slide. Field development for new oil and gas projects are extensive and lengthy efforts. From project concept through 2A submittal is generally a multi-year process. To apply new ESP requirements to those facilities already planned would require us to completely restart project plans in many cases. Infrastructure planning and development, especially planning and coordination with third-party pipeline and utility power partners, are complex issues that often take years to resolve as previously recognized by the Commission. It takes time to effectively plan these projects and work issues that may arise, and we would propose extending the go-live date by 1 year to allow adequate time to deliver best results. Thank you for the opportunity to participate and engage today. And I'm now going to hand off to Derek Eggert from Chevron for his comments.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to present today. I'm going to talk about the current AQCC air quality monitoring, as well as the NOx steering committee. If you can please go to the next slide. With AQCC, there's current regulations in terms of regulation number 7 that already includes comprehensive air quality monitoring for oil and gas operations. If you look at these plans, they start 10 days prior to the pre-production operations, and they're inclusive through the pre-production as well as at least 6 months after early production or pop of those wells. We think that those are adequate, but also the important part of these plans are that we feel is they're submitted as a comprehensive air quality plan to APCD, as well as local governments and other governments with jurisdictional control over that location for review and consultation. We think this is an important part of the current regulation that allows us to work with those local governments as well as APCD to make sure that we have the right air monitoring. And as previously testified on behalf of COGA as well as Colorado AEI, we believe that these monitoring plans and what is conducted in those plans allow for us to assess the potential air emissions associated with our facilities. And we're here today to testify on the behalf of these plans in terms of its adequate nature, in terms of protection. And a little bit more about those plans. If you look at the plan itself, it includes a description of the air monitoring equipment to be deployed and a description why it's chosen and references describing relative prior use and evaluation. Additionally, these plans include a site monitoring plan, which includes information in terms of the number of monitors, the sensors to be deployed, the locations and height of monitoring equipment, a topographic map and site plan, and an explanation of how the monitoring equipment will be achieved in terms of the desired air quality objectives. It includes standard operating procedures, for example, sampling and or measurement intervals, average times, minimal detection levels, response levels for each pollutant monitored, and response procedures and actions required, data quality indicators, quality control and quality assurance procedures, and various other information, as well as a description of how the monitoring equipment pollutants monitored siting plan will detect elevated emissions, and then our action levels to those. We submit those data on a monthly basis, and we think that program is very adequate in terms of the assessment and ensuring that we protect the air quality around our facilities. If we can go to the next slide, please. As a member of the NOx Steering Committee, we wanted to substantiate again this committee and what it has been asked to do. That committee has been established with various oil and gas companies, local governments, and environmental groups. That committee is reviewing and will make recommendations by the end of 2024. And they will consider and review NOx emission reduction strategies, including concepts similar to NOx budgets or extensions of NOx intensity targets. The important part here with those measures is the NOx intensity targets are established. It was part of the December AQCC rulemaking that establishes fair and equitable distribution of NOx in terms of the requirements to reduce and meet the governor's objective of the 30 and 50% by 2025 and 2030. It's Chevron's position that we support that perspective because of the way that the intensity is done is if we meet those requirements, we will meet the executive order of the governor in terms of achieving those goals. And so Chevron would like to testify on behalf in terms of supporting the continuation of the intensity targets, as well as allowing the time to make sure the steering committee can provide their recommendations. It's the right group of entities comprised. And again, Chevron would like to take the position that we would like to see that committee provide its review recommendations, and that will set the pathway forward for making sure that the industry is able to achieve the 2030 goal of the 50% reduction. That concludes my presentation time, and I want to thank the commissioners for allowing us to present on these topics.
Does that conclude the presentation?
Oh, no, excuse me. No,
Sorry.
no. We got Randy, Dan, and David.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Randy Dan. I'm an attorney with Davis Graham. I'm going to spend some time highlighting some of our witness testimony, explain how that ties into Chevron's position on certain issues in this rulemaking. I'm going to address the Rule 316C Enhanced Systems and Practices, or the ESPs, and their limitation to new facilities, the applicability date of those Rule 316C ESPs, and our proposal that it be extended 12 months. I'll address our support for staff's removal of the prior Rule 316D2, the NOx sector-wide enforcement provision. I will spend some time addressing proposals made, issues raised in this rulemaking regarding cumulative NOx budget, air quality monitoring, and electric drill rigs. And last, I will address our impact area issue. Next slide, please. So I'd like to first focus on the ESP requirements of Rule 316C. As you heard from staff during their opening presentation, they are proposing language to clarify that the Rule 316C ESPs apply only to new facilities. Chevron believes that is an important change, and it is an issue that we addressed extensively in our pre-hearing statement and our response statement. I'll not spend more time on that issue here, but note that Chevron appreciates and supports this change. We have provided a suggested red line language in Exhibit A to our response statement. Next slide, please. And just for ease of access for the commissioners, I pasted the relevant red line sections onto this slide here to address the 316C ESP issues that we've raised. Next slide, please. Next, I'll turn to the issue Mr. McCartney addressed regarding ESPs and extension of the applicability timeline. This still is an important issue to Chevron. Specifically, Chevron believes operators require additional time to incorporate these new and stringent ESP requirements into the facility design and planning timeline. As you heard from Mr. McCartney, the current go-live date of January 1st, 2025, just over 100 days from now, does not provide operators enough time to adequately change plans for projects currently in flight. Operators need additional time to incorporate the ESP requirements into their facility planning and design program, which is an extensive and lengthy internal planning process that involves multiple internal teams and departments. Also, as Mr. McCartney addressed, from concept to submittal of a Form 2A for a new facility can take years in some cases. For example, if Chevron were to submit a Form 2A for a new facility in March of 2025, it will have already spent significant time planning and designing that facility and development. Accordingly, Chevron requests that the Rule 316C1 applicability date be extended 12 months to December 31st, 2025. And before I leave this slide, I will note that we did hear questions yesterday from Commissioners Cross and Chair Robbins on this issue, and whether there's the possibility that perhaps the applicability timeline be extended for certain parts or provisions of 316C and perhaps not for others. This is something that we're talking about internally, and we're going to come back on rebuttal and provide some additional thoughts to the commission on this issue, because we think there might be some opportunity here, but we still want to look at this a bit further. I will say it is critical that the additional enhanced systems and practices in Rule 316C4, that the applicability timeline date be extended for those ESP requirements. Those are the most stringent and robust ESP requirements for the DIC areas. They include tankless facilities, grid power, really the requirements that go to design related issues that, again, require significant time for planning and development to get those incorporated into our process. So we would certainly ask at a minimum for the applicability date to be extended in those cases. Next slide, please. The next issue I'll address is the former Rule 316D to the NOx intensity segment-wide enforcement provision that was removed in the August draft rules. Chevron supports removal primarily for two reasons. First, it would be fundamentally unfair to punish a compliant operator for other operators' non-compliance. I'm not aware of any regulatory program that works in a similar fashion. Second, there is no segment-wide NOx intensity target in Reg 7 to enforce upon at this time. The NOx intensity program is designed, as Derek mentioned, to meet the governor's industry-wide reduction targets, but those targets are not a separate intensity target in Reg 7 at this time. Next slide, please. Now I'll turn to various, what I'll call air quality related proposals that have been raised in the rulemaking, including a cumulative NOx budget, air quality monitoring, and electric drill rigs. First, I'd just like to offer an observation. I am primarily an air quality lawyer, and I've practiced before the Air Commission for about the past 15 years now. I've represented clients in all of the major oil and gas rulemakings during that time, and was involved in the rulemakings that adopted the Air Commission's NOx intensity program, the air quality monitoring requirements, and requirements for drill rigs just last December. The proposals on these issues before this commission are simply, in my mind, proposals that were not adopted by the Air Commission. Each of these regulatory programs were subject to months and months of stakeholdering and a rigorous Air Commission hearing process. So these issues were thoroughly considered, but rejected. Parties are now giving it a second go in front of this commission. I don't believe it would be good policy for this commission to adopt requirements or standards that were rejected by the Air Commission and the Air Pollution Control Division, the agencies with primary expertise and responsibility for air quality regulation in Colorado. ECMC, of course, has a role in air quality issues for oil and gas, and I believe the draft rules generally do a good job of incorporating the NOx and the greenhouse gas and intensity requirements into the cumulative impact analysis process. But I don't know that ECMC has the necessary expertise or resources to develop and administer complex air quality regulatory programs. Ultimately, if parties have issues with these existing air programs, they should bring these proposals to the Air Commission or the Air Division to potentially revise those existing programs. With that said, I'll turn first to the NOx cumulative budget proposal. This was rejected by the Air Commission just over 9 months ago, last December, as part of that significant rulemaking that developed the NOx intensity program and the use and operational restrictions for drill rigs. This approach would undermine the NOx intensity program and put the burden on ECMC to manage and dictate industry compliance by picking and choosing winners based on unclear and arbitrary criteria. It is not an equitable and manageable program in my mind. The purpose of the NOx intensity program is, again, as Derek mentioned, is to meet the governor's industry-wide targets. The AQCC chose the NOx intensity program because it allows for an equitable allocation of responsibility among operators to meet those targets. Also, as Mr. Eggert indicated, the NOx steering committee is right now working on additional NOx reduction strategies going forward to meet the governor's targets. Considered strategies may include a budget approach or perhaps extension of the intensity targets, but that process is still ongoing. It would be premature for the ECMC to get out ahead of the NOx steering committee on these issues. Next slide, please. Next, I'll address the proposal for air quality monitoring pre and post production. As Mr. Eggert indicated in his testimony, regulation number 7 already requires extensive pre and post production air quality monitoring. Operators must monitor air quality at least 10 days prior to beginning pre-production operations, during all pre-production operations, and for at least 6 months after early production. It is unnecessary for this commission to adopt a duplicative program. Next slide, please. I'll turn now to the issue of electric drill rigs. I want to first make clear that drill rigs are absolutely regulated in Colorado, contrary to statements made by other parties in this rulemaking. Again, the Air Commission, the rulemaking we just did 9 months ago in December was primarily focused on drill rigs and pre-production operations. Both the NOx intensity program and the Reg 7 use and operational restrictions program were developed in that December rulemaking, and again, both deal primarily with pre-production operations and emissions. In other words, they regulate drill rigs. Every operator must meet their NOx intensity target, and pre-production emissions are the primary factor in that determination. And the use and operational restrictions mandate the types of drilling technologies that operators are required to use, one of which includes line power. Notably, though, the Air Commission chose not to mandate only the use of line power for drill rigs. It is provided as a suite of options, but not the only option. The Reg 7 use and operational restrictions provide a suite of low-emitting technologies that operators may use, including line power, Tier 4 diesel, and natural gas, which I think makes sense given that the Air Commission, I think, recognizes and understands that line power is just not widely available at this time. As Ms. Woodward for COGA testified yesterday, for COGA, electrification is an extremely complex issue, and it's an issue that all stakeholders and regulatory agencies in Colorado are currently discussing and grappling with to figure out what role it might play going forward in Colorado. And remember, regardless of which drilling technology an operator ultimately chooses per the Reg 7 requirements, at the end of the day, they ultimately still have to meet their NOx intensity target. Next slide, please. Last, I'd like to clarify our position on the 1 mile impact area. As Ms. Meinerich testified, operators need certainty in the planning process, and that is why we support a static or presumptive 1 mile radius. We understand, however, that in some cases there will be impacts outside of that 1 mile radius that should be assessed. However, in those cases, a blanket expansion of the impact area should not necessarily equate to an increase in the radius. Those additional impacts can be assessed on a targeted and focused basis without a blanket expansion of the impact area radius, which, as Ms. Meinerich indicated, could require operators to essentially restart their cumulative impacts analysis. Last, Chevron does not support other party proposals to expand the impact area. The larger the impact area, the more speculative the impacts become, and the definition of cumulative impacts requires a cumulative impacts analysis to focus on impacts that would occur, not impacts that are speculative. Thank you, and that concludes my testimony, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Neslin.
Hello again, commissioners. For the record, I'm Dave Neslin. I want to speak with you about setbacks and several other issues associated with the August 2nd draft rules. Next slide. Several parties are urging you to create what amounts to a rigid setback in disproportionately impacted communities that would ban development within 2,000 feet of a residential or high occupancy building unit without unanimous consent from all owners and tenants. That would effectively eliminate Rule 604B4, which allows such development where the applicant proves and you find through your hearing process that the development features and best management practices will provide equivalent protection. A rigid 2,000-foot setback is the wrong approach, as I'll explain. During the mission change rulemaking, you heard extensive testimony about this subject from a wide range of parties, including Dr. Tammy McMullen, a former CDPHE official and toxicologist, who testified that a 2,000-foot setback is unnecessary to protect public health. Dr. McMullen provided additional testimony on this subject yesterday, as did Christy Woodward, who discussed recent monitoring data from CDPHE's CAMEL system and from operator monitoring programs. Both Dr. McMullen and Ms. Woodward reiterated that a 2,000-foot setback is unnecessary to protect public health. During the mission change rulemaking, you ultimately concluded that while existing data demonstrated no health risk at a distance of 2,000 feet, meaning it could be deemed presumptively safe, safe operations could be conducted within 2,000 feet with appropriate mitigation that provides, quote, substantially equivalent, close quote, protection. And this approach was memorialized in Rule 604B4. Next slide. Your statement of basis and purpose explains your reasoning. You recognize that distance is only one way to provide protection, and that things like facility design, best management practices, control technologies, and permit conditions can be equally effective or even more effective than distance. Nothing in this current rulemaking rebuts or disproves your reasoning from 4 years ago. Next slide. Substantial equivalence is an appropriately high standard for which operators bear the burden of proof, and operators must meet this standard through a public evidentiary hearing with multiple opportunities for staff and community input. You set forth specific factors for this purpose in Rule 604B4, including avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of adverse impacts, recommendations by the director and the relevant local government, the alternative location analysis, facility design, and community engagement. Next slide. You also adopted a number of special protections for DICs in the mission change and financial assurance rulemakings. We've listed 7 of them in this slide, including expanded public comment requirements, alternate location analysis requirements, community outreach requirements, increased consultation requirements, and prioritization of plugging and abandonment within DICs. Next slide. Since the mission change rulemaking, the Air Quality Control Commission has adopted a number of air quality protections for DICs, which other parties have referenced and are summarized in this slide. These protections include special air quality permitting requirements for facilities in DICs, including environmental justice summaries and enhanced modeling, reasonably available control technologies, and restrictions and enhanced monitoring for pre-production operations. Next slide. The August 2nd draft rules would add more DIC protections, which the draft rules reference DICs 44 times. That's as many references to DICs as there are references to God in the first 2 chapters of Genesis, you know, the part of Genesis that covers the creation of the world. And just like God plays a vital role in Genesis, DICs have a vital role in the August 2nd draft rules. 15 provisions in the draft rules create new DIC protections, including new community liaisons who will advocate for DICs and can help residents obtain technical assistance from the ECMC and CDPHE staffs, additional pre-application consultation requirements, additional community outreach requirements, post-completeness and CDPHE consultation requirements, expanded cumulative impact analysis requirements, enhanced systems and practices for DICs in the non-attainment area, including expanded requirements for natural gas recycling, LACT units, special drilling fluids, and special operational requirements for high ozone days, and use of EnviroScreen scores including component scores, to assess and fine-tune BMPs. Again, Chevron will discuss with other parties expanding the procedural protections to a broader portion of the DIC, provided that such an expansion won't create or affect affected party standing. Next slide. You just heard Ms. Meinrich explain why obtaining unanimous consent within a 2,000-foot radius goes beyond what's reasonably necessary to protect people and the environment. And you previously heard Greg Dean of Adams County similarly testify that unanimous consent is often unobtainable. To the best of our knowledge, no other regulatory program imposes a unanimous consent requirement, not for new housing, not for new utility lines, not for mass transit, not for new or improved roads. And that's because residents may decline to grant consent for various reasons that have nothing to do with the merits of the project, such as concerns about signing legal documents or fatigue from the many touch points required, or existing disputes with neighbors or family, or confusion about the informed consent form. And requiring unanimous consent grants individuals disproportionate leverage over their communities, can hurt economic opportunities for other residents, and can infringe on property rights. Next slide. Ms. Meinrich further explained why a 2,000-foot setback in DICs is problematic for Chevron. Chevron considers multiple issues when evaluating potential locations, including residences, but also wildlife, water bodies, land uses, topography, and facility consolidation. Chevron then selects a location that is the least impactful overall. This means that Chevron may select a location within 2,000 feet of a residence in a DIC, not because it's insensitive towards those residents, but because it believes that it can provide equivalent protection for the residents through a combination of facility design, control technologies, BMPs and ESPs, and that the location will provide greater environmental utility through the protection of water bodies or wildlife or the consolidation of facilities. And while Chevron seeks to avoid development within 2,000 feet of residences in DICs, that may not always be possible in the future as residential development continues to spread throughout Weld County. You know, my wife grew up in Windsor when it was a 1,500-person farming town, and it's now a 35,000-person city with multiple professional sports teams. So growth has occurred and continues to occur throughout the DJ Basin. Next slide. In fact, a rigid 2,000-foot setback could be environmentally counterproductive by precluding the consolidation of locations and the use of next-generation facility design. This slide depicts the 7,200 wells that Chevron has plugged in Weld County during the last 8 years. The dark outline outlines Weld County. The tan polygons reflect DICs. The green dots reflect the 7,200 wells that Chevron has plugged. And you can see that so many wells have been plugged in the DIC area south of Greeley that it's hard to make out the DIC boundary in that area. Next slide. As this slide explains, Chevron plugs about 6 old wells for each new well that it drills in Colorado. And this in turn allows Chevron to retire older facilities and consolidate locations with next generation facilities, which Luke McCartney explained greatly reduce environmental impacts, decreasing greenhouse gas emissions by more than 90%, shrinking surface disturbance by 95%, and reducing truck traffic and noise compared to existing legacy wells. A rigid setback will preclude or disincentivize this type of development, forcing or encouraging operators to maintain older, more environmentally impactful facilities and creating greater impacts. Next slide. Finally, a rigid 2,000-foot setback is contrary to the legislature's direction. Other parties have discussed the letter you received from a number of Democratic legislators, but letters don't go through the legislative process with checks and balances. They don't create law, and they're not entitled to any deference. Here, none of the relevant legislation either directs or encourages you to modify the setback requirement in Rule 604B4. In fact, Senate Bill 24-229, adopted this last summer, assumes that oil and gas development will continue to be permitted in DICs because it directs the new community liaisons to undertake work for DIC members, quote, with respect to the permitting process, close quote. And the permitting process, as set forth in Rule 604B4, allows this commission on a case-by-case basis to authorize a location within 2,000 feet of a residence within a DIC where the operator proves that the location will provide equivalent protection. A blanket prohibition on new locations within DICs was included in House Bill 24-1330, but as you heard yesterday afternoon, that bill was rejected by the legislature and never became law. For all of these reasons, you should leave Rule 604B4 as it is. Requiring unanimous consent is unprecedented and goes beyond what's reasonably necessary to protect the public and the environment. It could also force operators to maintain older, more environmentally impactful facilities and disincentivize or preclude the type of development that Chevron has undertaken, which consolidates locations, employs next-generation designs, reduces impacts, and eliminates thousands of legacy wells. Rule 604B4 requires the operator to prove through an adjudicatory hearing that the location will provide equivalent protection. That rule requires consideration of DICs, and the new community liaisons will assist residents in advocating their concerns and participating in that process. And the existing ECMC rules, the AQCC rules, and the August 2nd draft rules provide a wide variety of additional DIC protections. Now, I'll briefly turn to several other issues where, as with Rule 604B4, we support the August 2nd draft rules. Next slide, please. The August 2nd draft directs certain protections to CICs and to residents within 2,000 feet within DICs, rather than directing these protections to DICs generally, which, as you've heard, cover about half the state, including many areas without appreciable historic impacts or current residents. We think this approach properly protects people and focuses the agency's regulatory efforts on what's most important. Next slide. The August 2nd draft defers the proposed definition of biological resources to a separate rulemaking and instead adds requirements for habitat evaluations using Table 4 in the State Wildlife Action Plan. This is a more workable approach, given that the SWAP is currently available, while the definition of biological resources was overbroad, overlapped with the definition of wildlife resources, and was intended to undergo further revision and clarification with a species list. We support the prompt reconvening of the biological resources group to work through these remaining issues. Next slide. The August 2nd draft also provides that operators will analyze cumulative impacts at the CAP level and need not repeat a cumulative impacts analysis for each subsequent OGDP that was part of the CAP, consistent with current Rule 314. The CAP is the right level for the cumulative impacts analysis, as Ms. Meinrich explained, at least where the CAP includes citing information. Requiring additional and duplicative analysis at the OGDP level would disincentivize the use of CAPs, and again, would be duplicative. Next slide. The August 2nd draft also properly defers the permit duration issue to a subsequent rulemaking, which can be preceded by further staff consideration and stakeholder input. This is a particularly important issue or subject for Chevron, and it raises a host of operational, procedural, and legal issues, and may well generate unintended and undesirable consequences. Let me give you an example. For most of this agency's history, wells were individually permitted one at a time. That's an obvious solution to a shorter permit duration, but it would undo your efforts in the mission change rulemaking to review development more expansively through the OGDP process. And the resulting influx of applications may also require a larger permitting staff and divert resources from other parts of your program. Commissioner Messner, you suggested that updating the duration rule is critical to addressing cumulative impacts. I'm not sure I understand your reasoning because as I understand it, a cumulative impacts review of a OGDP or a CAP would have to encompass all of the rules, all of the wells and pads that are part of the OGDP and CAP, regardless of what the permit duration or construction schedule is. But I also want to point out that the current rules already require operators to submit a development schedule, construction schedule, which is part of the public notice under Rule 303 E2 A and B, and it's part of the consultation process under Rules 309 B, C, D, and E. If there's a concern that the passage of time may lead to changed circumstances, then under Rules 306 B2 and 307 B1, the agency can, and in fact already has, added COAs, conditions of approval, to permits requiring environmental analyses and BMPs to be updated after a period of time. And under Rule 312 D1D, the director can add such conditions to the Form 4 that must precede subsequent well operations with heavy equipment. So there's no need to tackle permit duration now, particularly where the various rulemaking parties have such divergent opinions on this subject. Next slide. Finally, we have several textual clarifications that are summarized in this slide and in the red line that we previously submitted, and that would clarify which version of EnviroScreen should be used under Rule 315 B2 D2 GG, clarify what's meant by an amended oil and gas location in Rule 304 B2, and provide a consistent standard for Rules 308 C2 A and B. Again, these are merely clarifications and would have no substantive effect. Next slide. That concludes our presentation, commissioners. We welcome your questions.
Thank you to the panel for the presentation. Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Messner?
Mr. Neslin, you asked me a question, I think, or directed a question at me, and so I'll ask you a couple of questions then. So the current definition of cumulative impacts talks about evaluating and addressing what, as a previous applicant indicated, would be impacts to past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future development. In evaluating an application from my seat and in developing a cumulative impacts analysis, how do you anticipate being able to evaluate and address past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future impacts without understanding the timing associated with that development, understanding that in the current process, you know, I think that your example of permitting individual wells is a little fictional, but at the same time, currently, you're able to spud a well or drill one well and then come back and drill another well, even if you're permitted for a 10, 25, or 35 well pad. And so I need to understand, at least from your perspective, how you can evaluate that from a cumulative impact standpoint when you're required to look at past, present, and reasonably foreseeable potential impacts. And also, how do you evaluate the direct impacts associated with you know, any application that's before me without being able to understand the timing of those operations?
Yeah, Commissioner. So first, again, I want to clarify information. As I read your current rules, information is required on the timing of future operations. A development schedule is required to be part of the public notice. It's required to be part of the consultation process with other agencies, local government surface owners. So there is information provided.
That requires an applicant to stay on that schedule.
Well, again, if the concern is that the passage of time will lead to changed circumstances. Your agency has already added conditions of approval to certain approvals or certain permits that that provide that after a passage of a given amount of time, a sundry notice has to be submitted by the operator, addressing whether circumstances have changed regarding environmental impacts, such that the environmental review should be updated, or that additional BMPs should be added. And the director has that authority. An operator, before coming back and doing additional work at the pad, the operator, under your existing rules, has to submit a Form 4. The director has to approve that Form 4. Again, if the director is concerned that so much time has passed and circumstances have changed or evolved sufficiently that another look needs to be taken at the environmental impacts or the BMPs, I think the director could add that as a condition to the Form 4 approval. So I think you are protected. And with respect to conducting the cumulative impact review itself on an OJDP, I think that review would need to encompass all of the wells and pads included within that OJDP. So even if the wells,
for the current state and the reasonably foreseeable future state could certainly evolve, even if you're evaluating all the wells on the pad. If you do these operations 5, 6, 7 years after the permit has initially been approved.
yes, Commissioner, I agree. I acknowledge that. And again, I think you commissioners and the director have authority to add conditions of approval to address that specific situation. That if 6 years pass, or I suppose you could also tie it to subdivision approvals or land use changes at the local government level in the vicinity of the OGDP, then the operator needs to submit a Form 4 and address whether the environmental review should be updated or whether the BMPs should be updated. I don't think you're locked in.
Let me ask this question then. What is the benefit of going through kind of the clunky procedures that you're explaining now versus asking an applicant to apply for an application when they intend to commence operations on that application, creating a reasonable timeline for expiration? And this, I'm talking about new operations. I'm not talking about retrospective operations, but creating a reasonable timeline for that to be developed, and even considering the operational challenges that have been expressed by the Western Slope operators and were initially incorporated, into considerations of that. I'm not aware of any other land use that gets provided a permit that doesn't have an expiration date to it for commencement, and development of those operations.
Well, Commissioner, part of the problem here is you've identified some objectives with respect to revisiting the duration issue. I think it will be important to try to get consensus on what the objectives are we're trying to achieve. And I understand from you, one objective is to be able to address changed circumstances. Another objective may be trying to ensure that your environmental review is complete. I would suggest that other objectives are that the duration is sufficient to accommodate the timely implementation of the project, keeping in mind that OGDPs may encompass multiple pads and many wells, and that development is subject to a variety of vicissitudes. We talked about wildlife timing stipulations, There are often delays in undertaking construction because of the need to coordinate work. There may be delays in working through line power, electrification requirements. There may be delays associated with road work at the local level. So there are a wide variety of contingencies. And I would repeat that, you know, one thing that this commission, that the Polis administration, ECMC has done, and I applaud you all for it, is you are taking a broader look at development and at impacts. And you're doing that through caps and also through OGDPs. I don't think you want to create disincentives to broader OGDPs and a short permit duration, which puts the ability to implement the permit in question, would be a disincentive. I do think one response may be to go back to smaller applications, maybe one pad at a time applications, Form 2As rather than OGDPs. I think that would be a step backwards for all of us.
Okay, well, I appreciate your opinion. Again, I'm still struggling with how to apply the evaluation and addressing of both direct impacts and cumulative impacts without understanding the timing of operations and all of these challenges that you've highlighted, which I acknowledge, are challenges with every land use application. It doesn't matter what the application is. And so I think that there's, you know, well-established procedures to, you know, address those concerns that you've identified. But at the same time, I appreciate your opinion and I'll continue thinking about it.
And Commissioner, if I could simply add, I don't know that I'm disagreeing with your objectives in any way. Again, I would point out the current rule is largely based on regulatory language that has remained in existence for probably a couple of decades. And it may be appropriate to revisit some of these issues. I just think it should be preceded by a stakeholder process where, you know, the various stakeholders and the commissioners and staff can try to reach agreement on what are the objectives we're trying to address. What is the best path through those objectives? And how do we avoid unintended, potentially negative consequences? I think we could make a lot of progress with a process like that. I don't think we can make it over the next 2 weeks. I don't think this should be an add-on issue at the end of a rulemaking on cumulative impacts and NOx compliance. And I think that, you know, you've heard different opinions expressed by multiple operators on this. There's not even consensus within the industry, let alone consensus between the industry, other stakeholders, the staff, and yourselves. So I think this needs a little more time. And I don't know whether Ms. Meinerich or Mr. McCartney would have anything to add from their experience.
Well, Mr. Neslin, I appreciate your opinion. I will note that this isn't a last minute thing. It's been included since the June draft, and I acknowledge that it was removed in the August draft. But certainly it's something that has been contemplated for at least multiple months here. And we do have, I have at least some time over the next week to consider this topic. So thank you.
Further questions for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I will say, Mr. Dan, I do appreciate you recognizing that on rebuttal, you'll talk about some of the potential areas that could be done in a more expeditious manner with some of the ESPs. And so I'm not going to go into that. I think I want to touch on one question, and I think it's probably best for Mr. McCartney. One of the things that you talked about in your portion of the presentation was showing the facilities and the reduction in tanks, the reduction in a lot of the different materials that are in the legacy facilities that were utilized and Chevron is moving away from as an effort to make sure that impacts are reduced. And so I don't know if you were able to listen to any of the presentations yesterday, but Civitas also gave a presentation where they talked about some of the problems with the ESPs and some of their concerns. And they specifically noted the inability to go tankless. And in the facility design that you showed, you had an elimination of tanks. And so I wanted to get your thoughts on the tankless capabilities of industry as well.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Cross. I think of it in potentially, three parts. When we talk about reduced impact, and certainly it leads to tankless operations, it's really enabled by contiguous acreage. It's enabled by infrastructure, which requires both access to pipeline takeaway as well as power. And then third, it's also a deep transition from an operations culture. I think when you look, back in oil and gas operations within Colorado, specifically in the DJ Basin, this field really started developing in the 1970s and 80s. And from an operations perspective, not much has changed for decades and decades, I should say. It hadn't changed. And in the past decade, with our now tankless approach, what we call our next generation facilities, it's been a massive change to our operations culture. A decade ago, we were 95% of our barrels were transported by truck. Today, we are inverse of that. 95% of our barrels are connected and transported by pipe. That doesn't just happen by chance. It takes purpose. It takes dedication to an approach. And so I think that, once again, Coloradans can be proud of the approach that Colorado Oil and Gas is taking in leading forward in lessening impact in our operations. And so I don't want to speak for certainly I don't know all of the intricacies of Civitas or other operators or their concerns, but I would just highlight a bit of some of our journey here at Chevron over the past decade.
And I appreciate that insight. And I guess without going into other operators, I'm curious if you have thoughts on a kind of hard line or bright line on the ability to go tankless, at least hydrocarbon tankless, especially if it's in the non-attainment area during the ozone season and it disproportionately impacts the community.
I think, continuing Commissioner Cross, thank you. I think it requires things like we've spoken about. It requires access to infrastructure. It requires access to things like power. And can it be done given those, given that outline as described? Yes, it can, is our current approach here at Chevron.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for the panel? Commissioner Oath?
Thank you and appreciate your presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. The first is one I've asked of a number of other parties. Can you will share, from Chevron's intents for the next couple of years to develop locations within 2,000 feet of RVUs, schools, childcare centers, et cetera, within DICs to help us get our arms around what to be expecting?
Yes, Commissioner Oath, I'll take a shot at that question. Currently, we cannot project the number of projects or wells that we are going to complete in DICs. Some of our operations to date have been in DICs, such as the Mustang CDP and Skinner Ridge. Regardless of wells or location, Chevron operates in a responsible manner in a way that minimizes impacts to public health, environment, as required by ECMC rules. It's difficult to give you a projection because we are constantly looking at ways to innovate and to improve our process to reduce our impacts. And so it's hard to say this is what we're going to be doing at any given time in the future as we continue to work that.
Okay. And then multiple of you made the point during your case in chief that the start date for ESPs should be extended by 12 months. If the ESPs apply only to new applications. Is that still something that is important, and help me understand why that would be the case?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. Luke, I'll take it first and then you jump in. That's a great question. I think for our next generation facilities, the Chevron standard, it's probably not largely an issue, but Luke can talk about this further. There's some legacy company facilities that aren't necessarily in the same position to meet some of those requirements that are still that are in the planning and design process right now, where it would be more difficult to meet those requirements without some form of an extension of the applicability deadline. But Luke, I'll let you expand on that further.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. Thanks, Commissioner Oath. No, I don't think much more to add other than what Randy has described. You know, our internal process as we deliver projects and our building projects are truly years in the making. And so Chevron has recently acquired companies, specifically PDC Energy, which had recently acquired Great Western and SRC. And all of those designs and projects may be in different stages, and they may have different design bases associated with the projects. We are working quickly, diligently to align the programs to Chevron's approach. We have many projects at different phases in flight, and we need time to align those projects.
Great, thanks.
Further questions for the panel? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. I appreciate, again, the direct requests and the direct nature of the presentation. Just a question that I asked the trade groups and mentioned that I might ask to some of the operators as well. On this idea of substantial equivalence, one of the suggestions that's been made is there a way that we can establish a pathway for a less subjective demonstration of substantial equivalency outside of citing a number of BMPs and concluding that they provide substantial equivalence? Mr. Neslin mentioned during his presentation, there's an adjudicatory hearing essentially that establishes this, and that is true. I'm looking for suggestions on a way to demonstrate that substantial equivalency in a quantitative way can be established. Any thoughts?
Commissioner, I'll try to answer this, and any of my colleagues can add to what I have to say. I'd begin by agreeing with Julia Ryan that this was a subject that the Commission thought about and addressed in the statement of basis and purpose of the mission change rulemaking 4 years ago, considered something like this and rejected it on the grounds that it was not a simple comparison of a proposed location to a hypothetical site 2,000 feet away. And the Commission should look at a range of solutions under 604B4. And that's, again, in the statement of basis and purpose. I think it's page 230. I believe that the addition in the August 2nd draft that provides that the EnviroScreen score and the component scores are to be used, and the operator, the applicant, needs to explain how the BMPs respond to those EnviroScreen scores, will assist your staff and yourselves in assessing and evaluating the BMPs that are proposed. I think the community liaisons will assist residents in participating in the process and, as necessary, in drawing upon the expertise of your staff and the CDPHE staff. I think at the end of the day, substantial equivalence is a good standard. It is a widely used regulatory standard that has been used for a variety of purposes in a variety of contexts by other governmental agencies. You've applied it successfully, I would say, to a number of applications to this point in time. The rule identifies specific factors to consider in terms of avoidance, minimization, mitigation, recommendations of your staff and the local government, the alternative location analysis. You can receive input from CDPHE and CPW. So I think you are in a good position to apply that standard. I think in a couple of instances where other sister agencies or other state agencies have adopted substantive standards, your rules, existing and proposed rules, allow you to propose to apply those standards. And I'm thinking here of the NOx target, the NOx standards that the Air Quality Control Commission has developed, and Commissioner CPW's high priority habitat mapping and some of the no surface disturbance restrictions that apply to some of that mapping. I think to go beyond and adopt pollution thresholds, as I think some parties have suggested to you, adopt those thresholds yourselves, it would be the wrong approach. I think it would be a tremendously difficult process. I think it would tax or exceed the expertise of your staff. I think it would be an extremely complicated rulemaking. And I think that it would not measurably improve the sorts of decisions you have made and will make under the substantial equivalence standard, with the various procedural protections that the standard gets applied through an adjudicatory hearing. There are multiple opportunities for the staff and for residents to provide input, local governments to provide input, sister agencies to provide input. The operator bears the burden of proof. You have an opportunity for fulsome questioning and dialogue. I think that is a good approach.
Commissioner Ackerman, if I may also add on to Mr. Neslin's point, the BMPs that we use, such as sound walls and air monitoring, I think that we can take information collected from sites that we currently have and use those to project based off of those sound wall models and the air monitoring information, that these are how we can reduce impacts. These are the impacts that we can expect. And that's how we can demonstrate substantial equivalency on location by location and provide a quantitative approach.
Commissioner Ackerman, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed as well, and I appreciate those responses. One of the very difficult questions to me that's before us in this rulemaking is this idea of the accumulation of cumulative impacts data and then how we use that data. That's kind of the big elephant in the room. A lot of suggestions out there about how we might use that data to then restrict the industry in further development if certain standards or measurements are not met, be that on a company-wide or industry-wide basis. I just wanted to get some of your thoughts on the potential inclusion of any triggers that are down along those lines in the regulations that would then restrict, or on the flip side, specify the go-ahead for operators who are in compliance.
Commissioner Ackerman, I think that's an interesting question. And I'd want to give it probably some more thought. But it occurs to me that you want to cast a broad net in looking at cumulative impacts. I think your definition does that. You want the director to have authority to add conditions and restrictions in the director's recommendation. I think your rules provide for that. I think you want the parallel authority as commissioners to add conditions to approvals or restrictions or requirements. And again, I think your regulations provide for that. As I tried to explain in my earlier answer, I think it would be difficult for this agency to provide or to craft impact thresholds, again, as some parties have suggested. And I know they're sincere, but I think that would be a tremendously difficult undertaking, particularly where you're, creating standards out of whole cloth, and not simply adopting a standard that the AQCC or CPW has previously developed and vetted. And I want to give this more thought, but nothing is occurring to me as a situation that would, let's say, trigger an automatic approval. One thing that comes to mind is something that Mr. Kosher said this morning, that where there is a cap, and that cap included preliminary siting information, which, Chevron's caps do, and the prior PDC cap did. It would make sense not to duplicate this cumulative impact review at the OGDP stage, but maybe that OGDP should be put on the consent agenda, because those locations have already been part of a plan that's received fulsome attention by you and your staff and been subject to extensive public notice and comment. So a consent agenda review and approval would seem appropriate. I don't know whether.
I appreciate that response, Mr. Neslin. Thank you. And then my final question, again, is kind of a broader question that I've asked before as well. And Mr. Dan, if you don't mind, maybe I'll direct this at you and you can pass it along as you see fit. But we hear about the technological advancements of the industry. Chevron is a very large operator in this state, has certainly focused, from my perspective, on advancement of its technology, and some of that responsive to some of the regulations in mission change. Can you talk a little bit, Mr. Dan, from an air perspective at least, some of the technologies specifically that Chevron has implemented since mission change that have improved its emission standards?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. I think one of the best examples would be the facilities, the next-gen facilities that Mr. McCartney went through, and the drastic impact on emission reductions that are achieved by that facility design. And that facility design was not something necessarily driven by regulation. That was something that Chevron took the lead on and implemented internally. And again, when you reduce tanks, especially from an air perspective, when there's no tanks on a facility, I'll call it the footprint or the impact of that facility from an air perspective is minimal. So I would say technological advancements like that are a great example that are lessening impacts. And, and I'll just say, I know the electric drill rig issue is something that has come up quite a bit, and it's something that we're certainly focused on. And I'll say, that is Chevron's first choice always, is if we can use line power for drill rigs, that is the first choice where it's reasonably available. It's just at this point, it isn't widely available enough for that technological kind of advancement, if you will, to play maybe the level of the role that folks are hoping we can get to in the future. And I think there's still a lot of discussions on that issue taking place among a variety of stakeholders, regulatory agencies, the utilities. I think folks are really still grappling with that issue, but working on it to see, again, what improvements can be made there.
I might add, Mr. Commissioner Ackerman, thanks for the question here. Thanks, Randy, for kicking that off. I think of it in also, I think, three tranches of advancement. First, it's with respect to drilling and completions operations. We look at how to drive efficiency into those parts of the business. Second, it's from, what is the kit that then remains in place for some time? That's the facility. How do we optimize those and reduce those emissions? We do it by things we've described. Remove tanks, removing temporary flowback kit, removing flares and combustors from location. How do we electrify to the extent practical? And then lastly, like Patricia highlighted, I think of it in asset retirement. It is very true that, the industry has evolved greatly into lessening our impact, specifically from an air emissions perspective. And that our most recent designs are the most efficient. And so as we remove our legacy designs, which are less efficient, over time, we are helping gain efficiencies there as well. So that's the tranches that I think of it in. And in all three areas, we take focus to help reduce our impact into the future.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses. And Mr. McCartney, I think your third point there touched on my last and final question, but I'll ask it anyway and see if there are other things that we can add. And I just wanted to state that I wanted to say that I appreciate Chevron's work on the wildlife front. I think Chevron is an innovative company with regard to how it assesses and addresses wildlife impacts. I see a bright future there with the pathway that Chevron is taking now. And I think that there are future gains to be made there. And that's my last question with regard to this line here is we've made a lot of progress as you set forth in emissions reductions and other technological advances. This is a little bit of a crystal ball question, but do you see significant pathways for reductions in the future that are similar in nature, or are we at the law of diminishing returns with regard to those kinds of gains?
I'd be happy to.
I'll jump in, Commissioner. Turn it over to Mr. McCartney. I will say that we are continuing to consolidate locations and look for ways to do more with less. So use fewer drill pads, use fewer facilities. And with that, doing more with less and consolidation, we're actually doing less surface impacts. And so that's one way that I think that in the future we will continue to progress on. And I'll turn it back over to Luke to add some more light on that.
Yeah, no, Patricia, I think that you hit it at a high level. It's how do we, continue to encourage consolidation of operations. There are some things technologically on the horizon that could potentially enable that. Not to get into too much nuance, but things like multi-phase measurement and their use for allocation level measurement would help. And then I think an interesting idea that I don't often hear talked or discussed as deeply is how do we encourage partnerships across operators. We do it to a degree. I don't know. Do we continue to try and drive enhancements there? I think that's an interesting topic yet to uncover. Once again, though, I would just say that I'm very proud of the culture that I keep seeing displayed by operators across, Colorado operations in what I would call just our progress and innovation. It's very strong, and I think it's part of our culture that we will continue to keep going and drive efficiencies into the future.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses to my somewhat speculative question. I find those kinds of responses helpful in kind of evaluating the direction that the industry is moving. So thank you.
Further questions for the panel? I just want to echo my thanks to Mr. Dan for the going back and looking at the ESP issues, and to this operator who's pledged to work with others during the interim. Those sorts of things are appreciated by the full commission, and we look forward to getting back with you during a rebuttal. Commissioners, it's 11:53. Next is Oxy. They've got about 85 minutes, so I believe a break for lunch probably makes some sense, and then we'll come back and hear from Oxy as the last case in chief. Let's return at, let's say 12:40. That's about 45 minutes. All right, welcome back. It is September 10th. It is 12:40, and we are continuing in docket 2406, the 00145 cumulative impacts and enhanced systems practices rulemaking. We now have the final case in chief, and that is from Occidental. And Ms. Jost, you and your team are recognized.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Cook.
Thank you, Chair Robbins, and good afternoon, Commissioners.
My name is Kimberly Mendoza-Cook, and I am the Director of U.S. Onshore Policy and External Affairs for Occidental, for which I will refer to as Oxy for the remainder of our testimony. Before I turn it over to Ms. Jost for Oxy's presentation, I want to thank you for your time and commitment to the state of Colorado, its residents, and us, the regulated community. I have worked with you and your teams for many years in various capacities, and I appreciate the opportunity to represent Oxy in this rulemaking and to reiterate our commitment to safely and responsibly developing the state's precious resources. I am optimistic that, excuse me, I'm sorry. I am optimistic that through this process, I will continue to work collaboratively and deliberately in the spirit of compromise and moving forward. I've had the pleasure and honor to be part of the positive and beneficial evolution of oil and gas development in Colorado, as well as the promotion of environmental justice in the state through my involvement with the Environmental Justice Action Task Force. I continue to believe in the Colorado way. And in that spirit, I would also like to add that Oxy is committed to continuing our discussions with other parties during this break, Chair Robbins. I will now turn it over to Ms. Jost and my colleagues.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Cook. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, council, rulemaking parties, and members of the public. My name is Jamie Jost of Jost Energy Law, and I, along with my partner, Kelsey Weiselinke, represent Oxy USA, Inc. in this very important rulemaking. Oxy greatly appreciates the commissioners and staff's dedicated evaluation of cumulative impacts through listening sessions, stakeholder meetings, legislative hearings, and the ultimate drafting of detailed rules. The August 2nd draft rules address the Colorado Legislature's mandates under Senate Bill 24-229, House Bill 24-1346, House Bill 23-1294, and Governor Polis's June 2023 signing statements to modify the Commission's existing rules to further address and evaluate cumulative impacts when permitting oil and gas operations in the state of Colorado, both generally and in disproportionately impacted communities. Oxy also appreciates each rulemaking party's thoughtful analysis and the overall professionalism during the rulemaking process. Oxy has approached the cumulative impacts rulemaking process with three main points of view. First, the mission change rules adopted in 2021 required the ECMC and operators to address and evaluate cumulative impacts in oil and gas development plans and comprehensive area plan applications, Form 2Bs, cumulative impacts plans, a cumulative impacts analysis with CAP applications, and it also included the Rule 904 requirement for the Commission to evaluate cumulative impacts during the permit process and to provide annual updates on the cumulative impacts analysis occurring on that basis. Since the mission change rules were adopted, this Commission has made cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations a primary focus in its permitting and review process, as evidenced by the substantial amount of commissioner questions for each operator requesting approval of an OGDP or a CAP application. This 2024 cumulative impacts rulemaking builds on the Commission's strong base of protective regulations. Oxy supports the purpose of this rulemaking and the legislature's directive to the Commission, as well as the Commission's ability to ensure that permits continue to be processed timely under any new rules adopted in order to continue the development of oil and gas that is critical to the citizens of Colorado and the nation. The second point of view is that environmental justice is a primary focus in Colorado, and Oxy supports the states protecting certain areas of Colorado that are already burdened by impacts, by oil and gas or otherwise. The Environmental Justice Action Task Force recommendations, the December 2023 Air Pollution Control Division Regulation 7 rulemaking, and the 2024 legislative session has made the protections of impacted communities a priority. And this priority has driven Oxy to ensure that its participation in this rulemaking is guided by its commitments to community engagement and environmental justice, as well as its commitments to continue to conduct its oil and gas operations in a manner that is protective of public health, safety, welfare and environment, and wildlife resources in all areas of its operations. Environmental justice is a cornerstone of ensuring that protections exist for disproportionately impacted communities and cumulatively impacted communities. And the ECMC has made the protections of those communities clear throughout this process and in the August 2nd draft rules. The third point of view is that the CDPHE Air Pollution Control Division and the CDPHE Oil and Gas Liaison play a key role in this rulemaking based on the clear consultation requirement in Senate Bill 24-229, which includes an express recognition by the General Assembly that the Air Pollution Control Division is the state agency with expertise on air emissions and emissions reduction, as well as the state agency with jurisdiction over establishing NOx and GHG intensity targets. While the ECMC has authority to regulate oil and gas operations in a manner that protects public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources on its own, and to require operators to take actions to reduce NOx emissions in consultation with CDPHE, the CDPHE Air Pollution Control Division has the ultimate authority over enforcement of its own regulations and air quality programs, including an operator's compliance with NOx and GHG intensity target status. Through these three main points of view, Oxy engaged in a detailed review and analysis of both the Commission's June draft rules and August draft rules, as well as each party's filings, and provided this commission with a proposed red line to the August draft rules in Oxy's Exhibit 7. Oxy's presentation today will focus on Oxy's positions on the August 2nd draft rules, the inclusion of the term and definition of CICs in the draft rules to further the state's goal of promoting meaningful environmental justice changes and consistency among its agencies, Senate Bill 24-229's full language and the impact on ECMC's authority to prohibit pre-production operations in the ozone non-attainment area during ozone season, Oxy's proposed Form 2D permit review process for NOx and GHG intensity targets, and air emission reductions in Colorado and Oxy's air monitoring program, with a few other items peppered in. Next slide, please. To start, Oxy supports a majority of the August 2nd, 2024 draft rules as they relate to DICs, CICs, the introduction of the community liaison role, the extended public comment, and additional community outreach and more information sharing where DICs and CICs may be impacted. Oxy has provided minor modifications to the listed rules on this slide that would assist in clarifying their meaning or area of application, or to ensure compliance with the 2024 legislature's intent. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the rules where Oxy supports the concepts proposed, but believes that substantial changes are necessary to comport with Colorado law and applicable CDPHE regulations. For example, in Rule 315, Oxy believes that the 1 mile default impact area is reasonable because the rule provides the director with discretion to modify the impact area based on information provided by the operator at the Rule 301G pre-application consultation. However, Rule 315 requires substantial modifications to reflect the appropriate use of the CDPHE NOx intensity target annual report rather than an interim report. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the rules that Oxy opposes in the August 2nd draft rules. As Ms. Janessa Salgado will explain in detail in her testimony in a few minutes, Oxy does not support a director recommendation or commission decision on an oil and gas development plan based solely on an operator's NOx or GHG intensity target status, nor does Oxy support the use of the CDPHE required interim report for NOx intensity target reporting as part of the ECMC staff, director, or commission review process. Next slide. This slide illustrates areas of the August 2nd draft rules where Oxy believes some cleanup is necessary to allow for consistency in the rule language proposed by the staff. These cleanup items are included in Oxy's Exhibit 7, and if the commission has any specific questions on any of Oxy's red lines presented in Exhibit 7 or on these slides, Oxy would welcome those for discussion. Next slide. Oxy is opposed to any reincorporation of the June draft Rule 604C. Oxy has maintained through this entire rulemaking process that neither the Colorado legislature in Senate Bill 24-229, House Bill 24-1346, House Bill 23-1294, nor the governor in his June 2023 signing statement on House Bill 23-1294 provided any directive to revisit oil and gas location siting requirements or mandate hard setbacks as a part of this cumulative impacts rulemaking. During the 2023 and 2024 legislative session, There was ample time for the legislature to include an express directive to this commission to establish hard setbacks for oil and gas locations in DICs, but this did not happen. The ECMC should not take it upon itself to apply an arbitrary hard setback for oil and gas locations within DICs where there is no legislative directive to do so. This commission has already heard testimony from parties requesting that the June draft Rule 604C should be reinserted into the final cumulative impacts rules because, quote, it's easy for operators to get informed consent, so why should they care, end quote, or quote, it's just a packet of paper, quote, or quote, informed consents are provided all the time, end quote. Unfortunately, none of those parties have been in the shoes of an operator attempting to obtain an express written agreement for informed consent from a residential building unit owner near a proposed oil and gas location. This is not an easy task, as it takes a substantial amount of time, communication, outreach, explanation, and education, which is all valid and necessary. However, despite significant efforts, many RBU owners that support and welcome oil and gas development just do not want to speak to an oil and gas operator about signing an 8 to 10 page governmental form to prove their support to a state regulatory agency. Others have concerns about the intricate detail of the commission's informed consent form, or have concerns with publicly supporting oil and gas development given fear of retaliation of their neighbors. Others just can't understand the commission or CDPHE health fact sheets because they are cumbersome and not translated by the agencies into other languages. Contrary to the parties' positions that Rule 604C mandating a hard setback in DIC should be included in the commission's final rule, Oxy maintains that the better way for this commission to comply with the actual directive of the legislature and understand community-specific vulnerabilities is to acknowledge the substantive and significant inclusions of additional protections for DICs and CICs and the August 2nd draft rule. Without repeating the additional protections for DICs and CICs included in the staff's August 2nd draft rule, Oxy would refer the commission to the ECMC staff presentation, slides 61 through 66, to review the lengthy list of DIC and CIC protections included in that rule. In addition to an operator's compliance with the ultimately adopted commission DIC and CIC protections, an operator, if it's conducting pre-production operations in a CIC during ozone season in the non-attainment area, must also comply with CDPHE Regulation 7, Part B, 6E1A, best use practices that are expressly mandated for CICs. These practices are different from and more stringent than the already stringent ECMC best management practices for DICs. The term and definition cumulatively impact a community does not single out any community and actually promotes specific protections for those communities that have been deemed by CDPHE to already be impacted by certain cumulative factors and vulnerabilities. Oxy believes there's a fundamental misunderstanding by several parties when presenting their position on CICs under the August 2nd draft rules. The August 2nd draft rules do not replace DIC with CIC. The draft rules recognize and protect both DICs with a residential building unit, high occupancy building unit, childcare center, or school facility within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface and cumulatively impacted communities. This is also exactly how Regulation 7 works. It protects both populations with very stringent state-of-the-art BMPs, but provides the heightened protections for the most vulnerable populations of the two categories, the CICs. The inclusion of the term cumulatively impacted communities in the August 2nd draft rules is a critical add and serves to recognize Colorado's dedication to environmental justice in those severely impacted areas, as well as to maintain consistency with CDPHE regulations using the term cumulatively impacted communities as recommended by the Environmental Justice Action Task Force. Next slide. Turning to NOx intensity targets and air emission reductions, it's critically important to clarify Senate Bill 24229 and the resulting language in Colorado Revised Statute 3460-106-3C and D. This commission has heard a substantial amount of testimony from parties claiming that the ECMC has full authority to prohibit pre-production operations in the ozone non-attainment area during ozone season. However, each of those parties failed to discuss the most important provision in the statute that actually serves to limit the ECMC's authority. This is the provision that states, quote, after consultation with the Division of Administration and the Department of Public Health and Environment, close quote. This bold and capitalized language on this slide mandates an express condition that must be satisfied prior to the commission taking any action on an operator's NOx intensity target status. This express condition is that the commission must consult with CDPHE, and the purpose of this consultation is so that the commission can rely upon the expertise of the CDPHE to assist this commission in determining reasonable and necessary actions to reduce emissions from NOx for the upcoming ozone season. Additionally, Senate Bill 24-229 and the resulting language in Colorado Statute 3460-106-3D mandates that the commission, quote, prioritize action by those operators that do not demonstrate compliance with any applicable NOx intensity targets, end quote, which effectively means that the ECMC should place their focus on those operators that have exceeded their NOx intensity targets and should allow those operators meeting their NOx intensity targets to conduct pre-production operations during ozone season in the ozone non-attainment area while utilizing the enhanced systems and practices included in Rule 316 and other best management practices and mitigation measures included on the respective permits by the operator and the ECMC. Next slide. This slide illustrates where the commission can incorporate substantial CDPHE consultation in the overall permitting process and Form 2D process. As you can see, there are 4 places where NOx intensity targets can be addressed by the ECMC, and 3 of those 4 places include commission consultation with CDPHE. These 3 touch points are, first, during the pre-application consultation, 2, during post-completeness consultation, and then 3, during the Form 2D review process. This reliance on CDPHE for its expertise and authority over NOx intensity target compliance maintains the jurisdictional balance intended by House Bill 24-229. Next slide. In order to address certain party presentations last week, we're providing an example as to Excel's position regarding the concept of mandating electric drilling rigs. This example serves to counter Conservation Colorado and other parties' claims that the ECMC can and should mandate electric drilling rigs across the board, and that it's easy to obtain and confirm this capacity with electric providers. This commission knows through OGDP and CAP application hearings that operators sometimes have difficulty securing electric capacity for drilling and completion operations for various reasons. The area may be too remote for electric lines, or the electric company cannot commit to capacity for drilling operations, or the electric company does not have the time to secure right-of-way or access for electric lines prior to the timing of drilling operations, or a myriad of other reasons. This slide includes a letter from Excel to the CDPHE Air Quality Control Commission in December 2023, where Excel confirmed that while it supports beneficial electrification as a necessary component for the state to achieve emission reduction goals, the addition of new electric service requires a case-by-case evaluation to assess timing, costs, and available system capacity, and should not be mandated such that it precludes a customer from operation or choice. Excel, as the largest electricity provider in Colorado, has confirmed what operators have been trying to explain to this commission for the past few years. A mandatory blanket electric drilling rig requirement is not reasonable or necessary and cannot be met by the respective electric provider in every instance. It's important to note that Mr. Sura made these exact same arguments in the December 2023 Air Quality Control Commission NOx intensity rulemaking, framed in the exact same way, that it's just a simple, easy ask. And this claim was rebuffed by that commission. At this point, any inclusion of mandatory electric drilling rigs or the requirement to obtain a letter from the respective third-party electric provider regarding its ability to provide electric capacity and the ECMC rules would immediately be setting this commission up for failure. Commissioners, I would like to now introduce you to Ms. Janessa Salgado, Senior Air Policy Engineer for Oxy, who will be presenting Oxy's Form 2D process review proposal, as well as a few other items. Ms. Salgado, can you please provide the commissioners with your portion of this presentation?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jost. Good afternoon, commissioners. As Ms. Jost said, I'm Janessa Salgado, and I'm a Senior Air Policy Engineer with Oxy. I support Oxy in air-related policy matters for its upstream oil and natural gas business and focus on matters in Colorado. I have 11 years of experience in air permitting, compliance, emissions reporting, and policy. Most recently, I participated in the December 2023 Air Quality Control Commission rulemaking that established the NOx intensity thresholds and interim reporting requirements, and I'm now serving on the NOx Steering Committee that is working towards recommendations for the 50% reduction target by 2030. I will be covering Oxy's position on a NOx budget, the use of the interim reports, and the Form 2D submittal and review process. Oxy supports much of the August 2nd draft rules, where I do highlight several remaining concerns. I am also suggesting solutions. Next slide, please. The governor's directive of a 30% reduction in NOx emissions compared to a 2017 baseline effectively set a numeric mass emission budget for NOx emissions of 4,852 tons during the ozone season in the non-attainment area for 2025. The December 2023 AQCC rulemaking addressed how this total numeric mass emission budget could be allocated between operators so that the allocation was equitable and remains accurate while not requiring a rulemaking every year. The AQCC chose to incorporate production via intensity as the metric to accomplish this. Intensity is the mechanism by which the total numeric emission budget is allocated amongst operators to achieve the total mass emission budget set by the governor. For this reason, Oxy requests that the commission deny any proposal to set a separate NOx budget because intensity already accomplishes this. Next slide, please. Next, I will clarify the differences between the interim NOx report and the annual oil and natural gas emission inventory report, the annual on-gear report. Next slide. First, as the name implies, the interim report contains an unfinalized preliminary report of emissions and intensity. The statement of basis and purpose accompanying the December 2023 AQCC rule adopting the interim reporting requirements recognizes that operators will complete annual on-gear reporting following quality assurance processes. Between the submittal of the interim report by November 30th and the annual on-gear report by June 30th, emissions could be refined following quality assurance processes. So the emissions reported in the interim report are just that, interim emission values, and as a result, the AQCC explicitly declined to utilize interim reports for anything other than measuring progress. Second, the calculated intensity from the interim report uses different production data than will be used to calculate intensity from the annual on-gear report. Intensity from the annual on-gear report relies on production data from January through December, but the interim report relies on production data from October of the previous year to September of the current year. As the production value is updated between the interim and annual on-gear reports, so will the reported intensity value. Next slide, please. The interim reports were not designed to be the mechanism to evaluate or determine compliance with the NOx intensity targets for the reasons I just stated. So Oxy does not support the extensive use of interim NOx reports in the August 2nd draft rules as shown on this slide, but instead in two limited capacities that I will cover later in Oxy's proposed Form 2D flowchart. Next slide, please. Additionally, the sections of the draft rule shown on this slide do not specify if the annual on-gear and/or interim reports will be used. Oxy requests that if the commission decides to keep these sections of the rule, that you clarify that these sections are referring only to the annual on-air reports. Next slide, please. Next, I will discuss Oxy's position on the Form 2D submittal and review process. Overall, Oxy is supportive of submitting a Form 2D ahead of the ozone season, but believes that this process must be reworked as proposed by Oxy's revised Form 2D process. Next slide, please. This slide shows the current process proposed in the August 2nd draft for the Form 2D submittal and subsequent director review under 316B2 through 4, along with the actions to address an operator's failure to comply under 316D. The 5 items in red on this slide are the areas Oxy does not support and that Oxy's revised Form 2D process addresses. First, Oxy does not support the requirement for all operators, regardless of their historic compliance status, to provide the same information on the Form 2D application. Operators meeting their NOx intensity target per their previous annual on-air report should not be required to name all operations anticipated during the upcoming May through September ozone season and be obligated to comply with the requirements of 316B5 if modifying its pre-production schedule. Second, there needs to be a clear approval pathway of the Form 2D for operators that met their intensity target in their most recent annual on-air report. Right now, 316B4A states that the director may approve the Form 2D for these operators, which leaves uncertainty in the approval process. Third, all operators should not be required to provide information from their interim report in the Form 2D for the reasons I provided earlier. The use of the interim reports in the Form 2D process must be more limited. Fourth, Oxy does not support automatic denial of the entire Form 2D for operators that exceeded NOx intensity in their most recent annual on-air and interim reports. Instead, there should be a robust review process with consultation from CDPHE in place of an automatic denial. Last, the current 316D process, in which the director may separately require that operators who exceeded intensity in the previous year take actions to address this failure, should instead be incorporated into the Form 2D review process to be more efficient and better allow ECMC to assure compliance with NOx intensity. Next slide, please. To address these 5 concerns, Oxy is proposing a revised Form 2D process shown on this slide. Overall, Oxy is proposing 2 separate workflows. The top workflow is for operators that met their NOx intensity target in their previous annual on-air report, which I will refer to as compliant operators. And the bottom, more involved workflow is for operators that exceeded their NOx intensity target in their previous annual on-air report, which I will refer to as non-compliant operators. The top and bottom workflows are separated by the blue dashed line on this slide. There are a lot of words on this slide, so instead of walking through each step individually, I will instead highlight how each of Oxy's 5 concerns labeled on this slide by number are addressed. First, compliant operators have less burdensome reporting requirements than non-compliant operators, as shown in the upper workflow. Compliant operators in the upper workflow are not required to provide the detailed list of proposed operations currently required under 316B2A and B, and are not obligated to comply with the requirements of 316B5 if adjusting its pre-production schedule. Non-compliant operators in the lower workflow are required to provide more detailed information, which will be reviewed through consultation with CDPHE. Second, Oxy's proposal makes the approval of the Form 2D mandatory for compliant operators to allow for regulatory certainty and a clear approval pathway. Third, to address the interim report concerns just discussed, interim reports should only be submitted and used in 2 limited circumstances. First, in the current draft, all operators are required to provide both their previous annual on-air and interim intensity information in the initial Form 2D application. Oxy's proposal only requires non-compliant operators to provide interim reporting information. This is shown in the lower workflow in the box below the number 3 on this slide. The interim report will then be used to determine if the operator has made progress towards meeting its intensity goal for the previous ozone season, which is the limited use intended by the AQCC. ECMC will then consult with CDPHE, and if the consultation shows that the operator is on track to comply with the previous ozone season target per its interim report, then the operator's Form 2D will be approved. This preserves the critical consultation and jurisdictional function of CDPHE and ensures the interim reports are used for their intended limited purpose, a barometer for progress. Next, OXI recognizes that if these rules are effective in November 2024, the first Form 2D will be submitted in February 2025, which precedes the June 30th submittal deadline for the annual ONGAIR report that will be used to compare against the 2024 NOx intensity targets. For this first Form 2D submitted in 2025 only, OXI supports the use of the interim reports as the primary mechanism to determine if an operator falls into the top or bottom workflow of this Form 2D review process, as indicated in the blue boxes on this slide. Last, instead of an automatic denial of the entire Form 2D for operators that exceeded NOx intensity in its most recent annual ONGAIR and interim reports, OXI proposes a robust Form 2D consultation review process that incorporates the existing 316D section of the draft rules. This addresses OXI's concerns number 4 and 5. As shown in the green box on this flowchart, for operators that exceeded NOx intensity in their annual ONGAIR report, and their interim report does not show that the operator has made progress towards achieving its target, the operator must then supply additional information through the Form 2D. This additional information includes a detailed list of operations per the existing 316 B2, B, and C requirements in the August 2nd draft rules, along with additional evidence that the operator's proposed activity level supports intensity compliance. CDPHE will then be consulted to review the operator's additional information, and if CDPHE determines the demonstration is sufficient, the operator's Form 2D is approved. If CDPHE determines the demonstration is not sufficient, the operator can then adjust its Form 2D with additional input from the director and CDPHE. Adjustments could include scaling back pre-production operations, using different engine technology, or could include listing the items in 316 D1B of the August 2nd draft rules as COAs on the Form 2D. If the operator can make sufficient adjustments as determined by CDPHE and the director, then the revised Form 2D will be approved. But if the operator is unable to make adjustments that the CDPHE and the director deem sufficient, then the Form 2D will be denied. This process flow is required both under the statute. ECMC can take action only after consultation with the division and as a matter of procedural due process. Accordingly, the automatic denial with no opportunity for consultation or adjustments from operators to reduce intensity in the current August 2nd draft is not in line with the statute and neither reasonable nor necessary. OXI's proposed changes remedy this deficiency and must be adopted to preserve CDPHE's primary regulatory role over the NOx program and reflect the fact that operators can make changes to ensure compliance, notwithstanding past performance. In summary, OXI requests that the Commission deny the request to adopt a NOx budget, limit the use of interim reports throughout the rules, and adopt OXI's revised Form 2D submittal and review process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Salgado. Commissioners, I would like to now introduce you to Ms. Angela Zivkovich, Policy Manager, Policy and External Affairs for OXI. Ms. Zivkovich, could you please provide the commissioners with your portion of the presentation?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Angela Zivkovich. I have a BS and MS in chemical engineering and over 15 years of air quality and oil and gas experience, including as a regulator for Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, Air Quality Division. At Oxy, I am an environmental and conservation policy manager. My team covers all state and federal onshore policy and regulations for air, environment, conservation, and biodiversity issues. I was the policy lead for all Colorado Air Quality Control Commission regulations from 2019 until April of 2024. Then Oxy was lucky enough to have Janessa join my team, and she is now the policy lead for all Colorado issues. While I was the policy lead, Oxy was party to more than 10 Air Quality Control Commission rulemakings, including the Regulation 7 monitoring, NOx intensity rulemaking, and greenhouse gas intensity rulemaking. I was also involved in the ECMC mission change rulemakings and testified in front of the commission for the 900 series. Next slide, please. Oxy prioritizes emission reductions in Colorado and nationwide and continues to look for opportunities to reduce Oxy's emission footprint, which is represented in these next two slides here with our greenhouse gas intensity that shows Oxy is well below the greenhouse gas intensity targets for the 2030 year. And next slide, please. And also for the NOx intensity targets. These are both based on annual on-air data. Next slide, please. Oxy's emission reduction program eliminates emission sources from our facility design, which was a priority starting in 2014. Where it is not feasible to eliminate a source, we continue to reduce emissions through emerging technology and operational improvements. To further reduce and minimize emissions, Oxy has also implemented measures to increase oversight and monitoring of the wells and facilities. Oxy built an integrated operations center, which is staffed year-round and 24 hours a day. The integrated operations center can automatically shut down equipment in emergencies or upsets to prevent excess emissions. Wells can also be remotely shut in by operators at the integrated operations center. To further reduce methane emissions from Oxy's operations, Oxy elected to use the company-specific program under the ECMC Regulation 7 Greenhouse Gas Intensity Verification Program. The company program requires that Oxy directly measure and verify our methane emissions, which allows us to identify where we need to drive down emission sources. Next slide, please. Although the previous graph only shows our dramatic decrease in total greenhouse gas emissions and greenhouse gas intensity, the timeline also indicates where NOx emission sources have been removed or reduced throughout the years. NOx has primarily been reduced by removing engines from our well production facilities and using lower NOx pre-production engines. Next slide, please. Beyond NOx and greenhouse gas emissions, Oxy also ensures there are no public health concerns at our facilities. Oxy voluntarily monitored its new locations prior to the ECMC Regulation 7 pre-production public health monitoring requirement that was effective in May 2021. That rule requires baseline monitoring 10 days before drilling, through completions, and 6 months into production. Commissioners, I heard the testimony of the other parties that question the robustness of the current ECMC monitoring, and there are many misconceptions about the requirements. There are 5 entire pages in Regulation 7 that are devoted to the requirements, record keeping, and reporting for the monitoring program. And I won't go through all the details of the requirements, and Chevron covered them in more detail in their presentations. But to make those 5 pages even somewhat readable in this presentation, they span over 11 slides. Next slide, please. Within the rules, there is specificity for what a program needs to include to be accepted by APCD. During the ECMC rulemaking, the focus was always on protecting public health. The flexibility and technology and pollutants to be monitored was necessary because this effort was the first of its kind. The technology neutral approach and the ability to monitor for one of a few pollutants was needed to allow flexibility for emerging technology and to determine what was most effective for monitoring at pre-production and production operations. Because of the uncertainties on what would be the best technology for purposes of protecting public health and to keep the perfect from being the enemy of the good, ECMC took a step forward to require the Regulation 7 monitoring. The AQCC allowed operators to determine how best they could use current and emerging technology to ensure protection of public health. When the rule was adopted, Oxy had many conversations with APCD on what would be considered an acceptable plan. I have heard from other operators that when initial plans were submitted to APCD, there was APCD feedback to strengthen and improve the programs before those plans would be accepted. Next slide, please. Unlike what was heard last week, the protocols and data do not go into the void at APCD. In fact, APCD presented to the AQCC in 2022, where results were summarized and the technologies were discussed. Next slide, please. There was a longer presentation that we pulled these slides from. The few slides included here show aggregated information from the reports that APCD had received at the time. Next slide, please. There's consistency in the type of monitoring being conducted. The Regulation 7 program has been in effect for a little over 3 years, and a lot of important data and learnings have been gained during this time, including that based on the data, operations are protective of public health. Next slide, please. Although the flexibility was needed in the initial stages of the program to see what was feasible, the division has communicated that now that they have more information on monitoring technologies and effective monitoring plans, that they plan to revise the requirements to create more consistency among operators, which may be a change, but as you can see here, operators are all already using very similar sensors for this program. Next slide, please. We heard Dr. Collette last week state that he believed some operators were monitoring for methane as the pollutant to meet the requirements of Regulation 7 pre-production monitoring. Likely there was some confusion because Regulation 7 has 2 monitoring requirements. The first for the pre-production health monitoring that we are discussing now, and the second for operator-specific greenhouse gas intensity verification programs, where operators monitor for methane. Oxy monitors for total VOCs and benzene for the Regulation 7 pre-production monitoring, and monitors methane voluntarily and as part of our operator-specific plan for the greenhouse gas intensity verification. It is our understanding that many operators are using the same approach, and to Oxy's knowledge, and based on what was presented by APCD, all operators pre-production monitoring include measurement for VOCs and benzene. Next slide, please. And lastly, at that presentation to AQCC, APCD communicated that they plan to continue to improve the program over time. Next slide, please. From Oxy's pre-production monitoring data, there is no evidence to support the need for duplicative or additional monitoring by the ECMC that goes beyond what is regulatory required by the AQCC. This is also supported by the data represented by Christy Woodward in the KOGA testimony. Since May 2021, Oxy has collected over 10,000 benzene samples, and all have been well below the health guideline value of 9 ppb. And the baseline data on the graph on the right shows that benzene was below 1 in the 10 days prior to any drilling. So low, but not 0. The monitoring that Oxy conducted before the rules went into effect had the same results, with all benzene samples being well below the health guideline values. Oxy's public health monitoring collects total VOCs and benzene data. The VOC analyzers and the benzene monitors are spaced around a location, and Oxy has provided an example of an approved 122-page Regulation 7 monitoring plan in Exhibit 11 of my written testimony. Total VOCs are used as an indicator of hydrocarbon emissions from oil and gas operations, and response levels are based on the VOC measurements from the analyzers. Oxy monitors for benzene because it has the lowest health guideline value of the hazardous substances that can be found in oil and gas operations, and is therefore the most protective approach, which was why we measure for both VOC and benzene. As is detailed in our monitoring protocol, 4 to 6 VOC analyzers are located within 300 feet of the production boundary, and then 10 carbon sorbent tubes that measure benzene are located within 165 feet. Suma canisters to speciate the VOCs are collected when certain investigation levels are reached. Along with the analyzers, Oxy deploys in that station to determine wind directions. This is a standard protocol across our facilities that we do the Regulation 7 monitoring. The Integrated Operations Center that I mentioned earlier can monitor operational parameters and the Regulation 7 VOC monitoring data from Oxy's facilities. Based on our protocol, when a response level is reached, an investigation is initiated by the Operations Center. When required by the protocol, an operator with an optical gas imaging camera is sent to the site, no matter the day or time. Additionally, if there is an indication of an issue from the VOC monitoring data, wells and facilities can be remotely shut in. This comprehensive program is compliant with the robust AQCC Regulation 7 pre-production monitoring requirements and ensures Oxy's locations are protective of public health. Next slide, please. Additionally, there is significant work underway at the APCD to further understand and regulate toxic air contaminants. You've heard about the public protections from toxic air contaminants, House Bill 22-1244, that requires that APCD undertake a series of rules to ensure protection of public health. The Act creates a new program to regulate air toxic contaminants through reporting, monitoring, and control standards. The bill requires reporting across all of industry to improve understanding of the state's toxic air contaminant emissions. Next slide, please. The bill also requires that APCD convene a technical working group to identify up to 5 priority toxic air contaminants and develop health-based standards for those contaminants with an ample margin of safety to protect the public from adverse health effects. Understanding toxic air contaminants and setting protective levels requires scientific expertise, and the 8 members of the technical working group have considerable experience that is needed to make these recommendations. Next slide, please. The bill requires that beginning no later than January 1st, 2024, the division was required to develop a monitoring program to determine the concentration of toxic air contaminants in the state's ambient air. The monitoring program will establish at least 6 long-term monitoring sites covering urban and rural areas of the state. In February of next year, AQCC will hold a public meeting to receive feedback from the technical working group. And then following that, in April of 2025, the AQCC will hold a rulemaking hearing to set 5 priority toxic air contaminants. By October of next year, the division will prepare a report summarizing the findings of the monitoring program, post the report on its website, and submit the report to the General Assembly. And then by December 31st of next year, the division will assess the division's need to administer an air permitting program to regulate new, modified, and existing stationary sources that emit those priority toxic air contaminants. No later than April 30th, 2026, the AQCC will adopt emission control regulations to set health-based standards for the priority toxic air contaminants established in April of 2025 and to reduce emissions of each of those priority toxic air contaminants. This process repeats itself in 2029. This is no easy effort, and it requires recommendations from the scientific community that has the necessary expertise. Any effort prior to those planned by APCD and AQCC rulemakings would be premature and duplicative. Also, ECMC does not have the correct expertise to undertake this extraordinarily complex effort, particularly not in the short duration of this rulemaking hearing. This expertise and timing was recognized by legislatures that require APCD to undertake the rulemakings and gave them years to adopt recommendations by the scientific community. Thank you for your time, commissioners. I'll turn it back to Ms. Jost.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Zivkovich. Commissioners, that brings us to the end of Oxy's case in chief. And I would like to ask that all of our subject matter experts that provided pre-filed written testimony join us on screen for any questions you may have about the presentation or any of our filings during the rulemaking docket. Thank you for your consideration of Oxy's positions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jost, and to the panel for the presentation. Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this detailed presentation. I feel like there's a lot to try and go through here, and so I want to try and understand a few things a little bit more. I think first looking at the Form 2D proposals that you had, Ms. Salgado, if we could pull that back up and maybe go into a little more detail just on that, I think that would be helpful. And I think my first question is, as it broke down the top part of I'll wait for it to pull up there so it makes more sense. So the top part of the blue dotted line there, that's for showing if there is meeting the requirements for the NOx intensity, correct?
Yeah, so the top line, thank you for the question, Commissioner Cross, is for operators that complied with intensity in their previous annual on-gear report.
Okay, and one of the things I was kind of curious on, because there was a lot of talk about the concerns, and there was talk yesterday as well about the concerns with the interim report, and even some of the admitted, we'll call them, it's not ready for regulatory review for regulatory purposes, as determined by the division before. And so one of the things I was trying to understand is the use of the interim report and portions of this. And so, for example, in that top part where there is compliance, it was saying at least for the first report, you would use the interim report, but it's not simply the report shows it's fine, move on, would have the consultation to kind of confirm. Is that because of those issues with the report?
Yeah, so we are proposing to utilize the interim report in that first year, 2025, as the primary submittal mechanism. And you're correct, we still have the place in here after that Form 2D is submitted, the director can review any portion of that Form 2D with CDPHE. So could, use that consultation to review the interim report.
Okay. And I guess more of a 50,000 foot view question. What do you envision the consultations with CDPHE looking like under this proposal?
Yeah, so the first consultation after the initial Form 2D is submitted, that could be the director asking for any consultation on specific portions of the Form 2D that the operator has submitted. So that would be the first consultation we proposed in this flow chart. The second consultation is for operators that fall into the lower work stream of this. So their annual on-gear report didn't show compliance. Those operators would be submitting their interim reports. And once those interim reports are submitted, CDPHE consultation could occur there. So that's the second consultation step we're proposing. And then the third consultation step we're proposing is in this green box on the lower right-hand side of the flow chart. And that is for operators that did not comply with annual on-gear. Their interim report does not show that they are on track to comply in the previous ozone season. And then they're providing more detailed information that would then be reviewed in a more robust CDPHE consultation. So to summarize, 3 points of consultation, with the last one of those that I just spoke to being kind of the most robust consultation step in this for a limited scope of operators.
And does that third and final one similar to what we'd see in consultations currently, with kind of going through, are these the BMPs or the ESPs that we're talking about? These are really what's being used to see if this would kind of get that operator across the finish line, or is this, in what you're thinking, is this more detailed than currently what happens in consultation?
We view it as more detailed than what's currently occurring. While the ESPs would be a portion of what's in this consultation, we are proposing that this detailed list of operations that the operator has to supply would also be part of the consultation. So really reviewing all of the operations that the operator supplied with their additional information, and whether or not that listing of operations along with the ESPs and other items the operator is committing to will, as reviewed by CDPHE, provide a sufficient demonstration for future compliance.
Okay. And I guess, again, maybe another like 50,000-foot question. Have you spoken with CDPHE about this level of consultation kind of compared to what's currently proposed and to what is currently done?
Yeah, so we reached out to CDPHE's energy liaison, kind of just sent this exhibit along for a quick review, and we were told that CDPHE, with the current resources that they have staffing wise, that they couldn't dedicate more time for advanced, more CDPHE consultations, and that they are currently staffed for. But we would like to highlight that the August 2nd draft rules that are, currently being proposed also have 3 primary consultation steps. And so we are trying to align our proposed process also with those 3 primary consultation steps. And again, I'll highlight, that the most robust consultation would be in that lower green box, which would be for a subset of operators submitting a Form 2D.
Okay, I think that's helpful to at least get an idea of kind of on where, as sister agencies, we may or may not be in terms of kind of looking at that. That's helpful. And I guess to understand a little bit better with the first 2 consultations as opposed to the third more robust one. Again, I'm kind of curious what would be involved in the consultation that would go beyond what's provided in the reports, whether it be the annual on-gear report or the interim report for that matter, to try and demonstrate being on track.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I view the first consultation in this upper work stream being just a review of that annual on-gear information. I think I'll highlight that, an annual on-gear report is very large and contains multiple spreadsheets. And so if the ECMC is not provided, a summary of NOx intensity values directly from the division, that the ECMC could then reach out to CDPHE to just verify that annual on-gear information if needed. So I agree that first step is kind of just a checkpoint of verifying the annual on-gear information. The second consultation step surrounding the interim reports, we believe that assessment or that consultation would be more detailed than just looking at the interim report information. It could be more of an assessment of progress for non-compliant operators that are following into this lower work stream, but would include just also a verification of that interim reporting data.
Commissioner Cross, if I may, it might be helpful for me to pull up slide 8, sorry, if we can, because that might address your questions on the prior consultations as well from CDPHE, and what we kind of envision that to be through the August 2nd draft rules, if I may. Excellent, thank you so much, sorry. So the draft rules as they stand right now, the August 2nd rules, have 3 places specifically where the CDPHE is involved in consultation. So draft rule 301G1, this is the pre-application consultation, would invite CDPHE to come in and sit in and participate in that consultation. And in the draft rule, there is a basically part of that criteria would have the operator and CDPHE discussing the NOx and GHG intensity target for that operator pre-filing. The second place in the draft rules, the August 2nd draft rule, actually has the post-completeness consultation, which is what we have now. Under the current rules, once completeness occurs on an OGDP, that is when the director engages in formal consultation with the CDPHE. This has not changed in the August 2nd draft rules. They're now just called post-completeness under Rule 309. And then also in the current draft August 2nd rules, the commission staff has incorporated CDPHE consultation into the Form 2D process under 316B. So Oxy's process expands the Form 2D process review, as well as the consultation with CDPHE that's already anticipated by the staff in the August 2nd rules. So Oxy has basically just built out what the staff has already proposed. And then the last thing I'd like to just point out on this slide is that after the pre-application consultation occurs and the operator goes to file its OGDP, in that the cumulative impacts analysis under the proposed rules, the proposed August 2nd rules in 315B2EIEE through 315B2E3AA, that is where the operator would also put information in as to its NOx and GHG intensity targets that are reviewed by the staff, director, and commissioners. And then again, in consultation with CDPHE on post-completeness. So I thought that might be helpful to answer some of your earlier consultation questions. And as to CDPHE's role here and where it would fit in Oxy's proposal.
Okay. And I do think that's helpful. And I think it's good to see, one, consistent with legislation and governor's directives, the agencies working together and seeing CDPHE's involvement and making sure that we're working together to meet these targets. I think a big part of what I'm trying to understand is, especially in looking at additional consultations, just trying to make sure that we're not throwing a lot of work at our sister agency to kind of do that. And so that's why I'm trying to understand a little bit more on the level of involvement in some of the consultations. And so I do think it's helpful to also understand especially for the first consultation, it's sort of a verification, a summary that says, yes, meeting, no, not meeting, and then kind of moving to the next part of the flow chart. And sort of even, if I am understanding this correctly, and I don't want to misrepresent you, Ms. Salgado, even at the second one, it's still sort of a verification of working towards meeting. Looks like they're on track to get back into compliance versus still not in compliance. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So the big one would be the third one, which you said it would be a little bit more detailed than the current one.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And that aligns with 316D has that consultation step built into it. So that's where we were pulling that more robust consultation into the Form 2D process.
Okay.
Commissioner Cross, if I may, just to expand on that, that Form 2D consultation, again, we believe is mandated by Senate Bill 24-229 with the language of after consultation with CDPHE, then the ECMC can take action on the NOx aspects. So I do think it would be a broader consultation on the Form 2D, but the two prior consultations are not additional consultations. Those are already built into the August 2nd draft rules, one of which already occurs in our current process.
Okay. And then again, sort of taking a step back and looking at a big picture, would this proposal affect previously approved OGDPs or just OGDPs moving forward?
Janessa, would you like to go ahead or do you want me to handle that one?
Let's go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Cross, this would be for all new OGDPs moving forward.
Okay. So it's not going to affect already filed, already approved. Okay.
Correct.
That is helpful. And then I think those are my questions for now on that aspect. Ms. Zivkovich, I wanted to try and get your opinion on some broader aspects of some of what you talked about. You talked about some of the ongoing reporting, some of the ongoing rulemakings at AQCC, the existing monitoring that you're doing, the data that you're gathering. And I think the question that I had as I heard a lot of this, and it's come up in some of the prior presentations as well, is do you think that there is anything missing in what we as a commission are looking to put in our CIDR database, what we're looking to put in our annual report, and ways that we can use that? Or do you think that kind of what you're collecting, what you're looking at, is met with what we have in that database?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross, for the question. I am going to have to defer, probably, Ms. Craig, I do not work with the 2D or 2B in the CIDR database, so I'm not the best one to answer that question. Carissa, are you able?
Yeah, I'm Carissa Cry. I'm the air manager and air manager for Oxy. Would you mind rephrasing that so I understand the question a little bit better?
There's been a lot talked about of the monitoring that is already ongoing, some of the additional monitoring that is being considered moving forward, some of the additional reporting moving forward. So I'm curious if you guys have views on whether there's additional things that ECMC should be including in the CIDR database. Are there holes based on what you are seeing, what you're not seeing? Do you think it's sufficient what we're looking at, and kind of how we can use that database to help in the process that we're currently talking about?
Okay, yeah, I guess I don't have a lot of experience with the CIDR database. I can speak in terms of what's provided on the 2Bs for emissions, if that gets at your question. Yeah, so I think the 2Bs and what we provide in that for both pre-production and production are very thorough right now. So being actively involved in putting together 2Bs, our emissions inventory, and also looking at monitoring data, I don't see major gaps in what we're seeing or what we're reporting in our 2Bs right now. It's a pretty thorough process.
Okay. That's helpful.
Commissioner Cross, if I could just build on that real quick. Andy Lytle, regulatory manager. I oversee permitting here in the state of Colorado for Oxy. I would just say, we're happy with kind of the 2B as is. There's a quantitative and a qualitative component to it, right? And a lot of that qualitative information and even quantitative to some respects do make it into our cumulative impacts analysis currently. So I would agree with Carissa there and just say that at least as of right now, we're satisfied with where the database is.
Okay. That's helpful as well. And then I think two questions that don't necessarily touch on the presentation today, but I think are relevant in terms of some of the other presentations we've heard. The first, and again, I don't know if you guys saw some of the presentations yesterday or earlier today, but there's also been some discussion about the use of ESPs in the non-attainment area during the ozone season, both within and without disproportionately impacted communities, and kind of the feasibility of requiring these ESPs. And so I'm guessing maybe Mr. Lytle, it might be best pointed towards you to answer, but do you have any views on the feasibility of mandating, especially in disproportionately impacted communities, these proposed ESPs? And for pointing to a rule, it'd be 316 C4A, and kind of those ESPs and the feasibility of mandating those ESPs or BMPs.
I'll go ahead and start. Commissioner Cross, thank you for the question, and I'll let my colleague Carissa Cry chime in here. I think, generally speaking, a lot of the ESPs that are currently proposed in the draft rule are things that in a lot of ways we're already doing. And through sort of consultations with CDPHE, both, pre-consultations and through the consultation period, that's where we can sort of refine exactly what we're doing on a location by location basis, because as you all are probably aware, no two locations are alike. So there's certainly thought on the front end for how we can, comply with those ESPs, but I would say in large part, it has to do with a lot of different criteria that might dictate ultimately what we can comply to, but it's certainly a lot of things that we're already doing I'd look to Carissa to sort of build on that as well.
Yeah, well, I think we're generally supportive of what's in the ESPs. There are a couple places that I think we would need refinement for what could work for us. The first place is water gathering systems. So we've been constructing production facilities without hydrocarbon storage tanks since 2014, and we've gone back and retrofit a number of facilities. So there aren't any major concerns from us from the hydrocarbon storage perspective, but water tankless is a little more complicated and problematic. Water production in the DJ Basin is relatively low, and it drops really quickly after the first 6 months to 1 year. So because of that quick drop in water production, there isn't a lot of infrastructure for gathering lines currently in place. As we go through our OGDP process, we're already looking at the potential for water gathering. But as part of that process, we have to look at the distance to the closest water disposal, any infrastructure, and whether there's capacity at those locations for our water. So as part of that analysis, we compare the impacts of water hauling to the overall impacts of disturbance of installing some pretty extensive infrastructure that could be needed. So things we look at are the number of RBUs that are impacted, landowners that will be impacted. If it is going to impact a DIC that would not have previously been included, then also looking at things like HPH, floodplains, and wetlands. So in a lot of those cases, the disturbance is more significant than the benefits for installing that infrastructure for limited gathering times, given the quick decline in production. I will note where it does make sense, we do have new facilities upcoming that are full tankless and have that water gathering. So it just isn't a one size type thing. There's a lot more considerations that go in for water gathering.
So the tankless not necessarily the issue when it comes to the hydrocarbons, more of the water and the produced water type issues that come with that.
For Oxy, yes, water is just a little bit different.
Okay.
And then just to, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, a second place that I just wanted to highlight that is a little problematic in what's proposed is the electrification of facilities. So we've been electrifying, not overall whether that should be done. We've been electrifying our facilities for over 10 years now. But even with our experience in that electrification, we do have some scenarios where even through planning where we do need to use a generator for a very short period of time. So in our proposal, we've asked for that first year to be exempt from requiring electrification. So reasons for that is unforeseen delays from the utility provider or sometimes some landowner issues. So just wanted to highlight that as a second concern we have with the.
Okay. Now this is helpful in understanding and ways that we can try and build on some of these ESPs and have them apply more broadly as we consider ways to move forward. And then I think my other not presented on question, but kind of going back to what some of the other presentations have been discussed. And I think this might be best directed towards Ms. Coleman and perhaps Ms. Martinez as well. And that's looking at some of the work done currently with disproportionately impacted communities when it comes to notice provided, outreach, community engagement. And if you have one kind of what Oxy is currently does with that, and if you have thoughts on some of the proposals about additional time lengths for both public comment, for increased distances for notice, anything like that.
I'll take that, Commissioner Cross. Thanks so much. As you know, we have a robust stakeholder relations team that conducts early, thorough, and consistent outreach to residents and community members near our oil and gas locations. We generally support the additional outreach requirements for disproportionately impacted communities and cumulatively impacted communities. We obviously create opportunities for stakeholders to learn about our projects and provide their feedback. Some of that looks like to answer your question. We host in-person and online community meetings. We conduct door-to-doors. We meet with stakeholders one-on-one and in small groups. We work on informed consent. We keep our website up to date with project information. And for each OGDP, we create unique comprehensive and community engagement plan to meet the needs of this specific community. We collaborate proactively with communities to develop these plans to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impact-related concerns. As far as the DIC goes, we do the same type of outreach we normally do, but we put a special focus on accessibility. So we have translators available that are door-to-doors, community meetings, and we translate our notices and materials whenever we either encounter an individual that speaks a different language or when the data supports that it is needed. We offer to meet with and communicate with stakeholders in DIC and CICs in whatever way works best for them. That includes meeting at nights and on weekends, early in the mornings, and through a variety of communication channels. And then, as I said before, we post all of our project updates, our notices, community meeting slides, and everything on our stakeholder relations website.
Okay, and I think just to clarify one point you made in there, I think you said for each OGDP, you have the community outreach plan. So, for example, one of the proposals that's come forward is having the community outreach for any OGDP within 2,000 feet, regardless of DIC or not. Is that something that you would be in favor of as well?
Yes, we already do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Commissioner Cross, if I may add to that. So from Oxy's perspective on the additional public comment timing, that would be 303D, as well as the additional pre-application information to the nearby residents in 301H. Oxy is supportive of those as they relate to the 2,000-foot residential building unit siting at this point in time. So just to put that out there too.
That is helpful. Perfect. I think those are my only questions for right now. Thank you.
Other questions, Commissioner Oath?
Thank you. That was a great, really helpful presentation. And Commissioner Cross, thanks for all of your great questions as well that did address a number of mine, but did want to follow up a bit, particularly on your proposal for kind of taking this look at compliance with the NOx intensity targets. Really appreciate your Exhibit 8 and your proposal there. I want to take some more time evaluating it, and particularly kind of comparison with some of the other proposals, particularly I know the allied local governments had a proposal here as well, but want to say I really appreciate that your proposal kind of acknowledges or allows consideration of an operator's need to demonstrate that it can comply in the upcoming season, right? Like this prospective review and potential action, whether that be COAs to ensure compliance or denial in some cases. So appreciate that. But did have a follow-up question based on an answer with Commissioner Cross, which was that you said, Ms. Jost, that your Oxy's proposal is that would only apply to future OGDPs. And I want to understand why it would not apply to existing OGDPs, given that the NOx intensity targets are going to apply to existing operations, and there could be ongoing or planned pre-production activities in this next summer or the year after for OGDPs that have already been approved.
Yeah, and I'm happy to take this. So the two sections where consultation would come into play, so 301G and then the post-completeness consultation, that would only apply to new OGDPs just because they're not filed yet. The Form 2D consultation that Ms. Salgado testified to, my understanding is would apply to those existing OGDPs just because of how the rules come into play. Obviously, there's probably some various legal issues that we'd have to work through on those depending on that. But in the proposal that Oxy has submitted, the Form 2D process would apply to an operator who is looking to operate an ozone season through the upcoming years.
Okay, that is a helpful clarification. Okay, thank you for that. A couple other questions. So on impact area, this isn't something that you necessarily testified about where my specific question is, but want to get your thoughts. there have been some conversations or acknowledgement about when should the commission review, what kind of review should the commission have over a director's determination of the appropriate size of an impact area, and how this might impact, an operator in their application process. So if we were to have the commission review an impact area early in the process, so right after a director's determination, do you have thoughts on the workability of that?
Yeah, and Commissioner Oath, just to make sure I understand your question, are you talking about the commission's review of the impact area prior to your hearing and after director recommendation, or earlier on in the pre-application consultation?
No, the first scenario that you just said.
Okay, so, and Mr. Lytle, I'll look to you for some of this as well. So from the perspective of how the process would work, I think the concern doing it after the director's recommendation and prior to hearing is typically that's 2 weeks. How the director's recommendation comes out, and operators typically already gone through not only all the preparations for hearing, but it will have gone through under the new August 2nd draft rules and pre-app consultation, where you have the expertise of ECMC and the pre-app consultation, as well as CDPHE, CPW, numerous other stakeholders. The operator will have already filed the application on the basis of the impact area determined at the pre-application consultation or within 20 days after, pursuant to the rules right now. And then completeness occurs on whatever the impact area determination would be. Notice goes out on that impact area. Public comment occurs on the impact area, and potential petitions occur on that impact area. So to have the commissioners review that at a later point in time, between the director's recommendation and the hearing, would effectively undo, if there's a change that they would want to see, I would say it would effectively undo a potential 6 to 9 month permitting process that's already occurred right before hearing.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think, sorry, I think I had a little bit of miscommunication with you in terms of what I meant. So sorry about that.
That's okay.
Because I did mean, what if we shifted it to earlier in the process, right? So after a director makes a determination about an impact area, whether it's going to be the default or something different. So long before the operator would then begin developing the application itself and putting it in for completeness.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Lytle, feel free to jump in at any time. I guess I would start with the fact that there's a recognition that the ECMC staff, with the input of CDPHE, relevant local governments, and other stakeholders, have the expertise to make that determination at the start. Not that the commissioners do not. That is not what I'm saying. But at that point, the cumulative impacts analysis is generally already done based upon the impact area. And so I think from Oxy's perspective, by including the commission too early in the process, it may ultimately lead to a potential decision as to what the outcome of that OGDP may be. But it also maybe takes away a little bit of the deference to staff and the expertise with respect to all of the stakeholders that are in some of those original meetings to help set that impact area if it chooses not, if the director thinks it shouldn't be a mile. Mr. Lytle, I don't know if you want to jump in there from process perspective.
Yeah, happy to. Thanks, Ms. Joe. So I would say, I want to echo sort of a comment made earlier today. I mean, you take a look at the last few years from a pre-planning process and what's been accomplished post-mission change from a pre-application consultation perspective. There's tremendous dialogue that's happening on the front end at those pre-application meetings. In fact, I sat on one in the last couple of weeks where it was very collaborative between all the entities, the local government, ECMC staff, and other agencies. I would say that, from an Oxy perspective, we would generally go into those pre-application consultations having an idea of what that impact area looks like and things that we should be considering at the very start. It's a very iterative process after that. We want to be at the point where when we do the cumulative impact analysis and we ultimately submit an application to the ECMC, we want it to be the most complete package that we possibly can. And then obviously it goes through the subsequent steps. So I would agree with Ms. Jost. I would say, for us, that's something we would want to look at very, very early in the process.
And Commissioner Oath, I'd also just like to add that if the commission steps in too early in the process, you as the 5 or 7 commissioners, 5 voting commissioners, one, that might affect due process and just how this works. But under the current rules and the current process, staff reviews, the director does a recommendation, and then the commissioners, you're charged with taking all of that information from the operator, the staff, and the director's recommendation, and then ultimately making the final determination on that OGDP. By placing the commission in that process too early, I guess I would have concerns about, one, Administrative Procedures Act compliance, but also where the ultimate decision falls on an OGDP or a CAP application.
Okay, I appreciate the comments about, importance of deference to the expertise of those who are involved in the pre-application consultation conversation about it and some of the process parts. I don't know, what are you referring to about potential APA violations or due process violations?
Yeah, and from that standpoint, I think, that would take us down a legal route of if the commissioners are making the determination on what an impact area is instead of staff or the director, without having, one, potentially a formal hearing, notice, things along those lines, you could run afoul of the requirements that notice, hearing, and formal due process has to occur before the commissioners are actually making a decision. That's kind of my view on that, recognizing you have legal counsel at your fingertips. They may have a different view of that, but we would just want to make sure that from the commission standpoint, it's just the commission as a whole are not involved too early in the process, making a determination on an OGDP application that's not yet kind of final filed, run through your technical review process, and gone through the procedural aspects that are set by your current rules.
Okay, thanks for
You're
clarifying.
welcome.
I appreciate that. Okay. Same question I've asked others. Does Oxy have a sense of how many proposed locations you may be looking at in the near future that would potentially be within this area of 2,000 feet of RVUs, et cetera, in a DIC that could be affected by what the June draft of the 604C was?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Oath, for your question. So we can't necessarily provide an exact number of future locations that will be planned within a DIC or a CIC or immediately adjacent to a DIC or CIC, but I can say that the likelihood does exist given the proximity of Oxy's mineral position throughout the DJ Basin. But that said, and what's extremely important for Oxy is that for any oil and gas location that we plan, we go through a very thorough and rigorous siting process to identify the most protective locations based on various criteria outlined in rules, among other things. And I would say, as recently demonstrated through our Bronco cap and associated OGDPs, not every DIC is created equally, in that for the Bronco development, we planned and permitted 9 locations that reside on a large ranch with a single surface owner located within a DIC, with the nearest location being approximately 2 miles from the nearest RVU, while also committing to numerous best-in-class operational mitigations to ensure a protective development plan was in place for the entire cap area. So, regardless of where the locations are ultimately sited, we have a very comprehensive planning process that focuses on avoidance first and the utilization of the ALA to ensure that we're moving forward with the most protective locations.
Yeah, and Commissioner Oath, I can add to that if it's helpful. So in addition to what Mr. Lytle said, Oxy does not believe that the potential number of future locations in a DIC or CIC, we don't think that's the issue that should be the focus of whether a hard setback should be adopted. And Oxy is opposed because revisiting setbacks wasn't contemplated by the legislature for other reasons we talked about today. But Oxy does believe that the ECMC should focus on the additional protections and scrutiny of those oil and gas development plans that might be within the proposed DICs and CICs, and rely upon those numerous protections that the August 2nd draft rules provide to the residents of those communities throughout the ECMC permitting process. So we think it's a shift in the view of the number really doesn't matter. Let's focus on, if they're there, what protections are able to be provided.
I think that's fair. I agree that it's not the focus. I do think it's helpful context to understand the potential implications here, kind of on both sides of kind of what's being proposed.
Mhm.
So thank you. And kind of on that note, a number of the things that came to light in the testimony that we heard last week was to some extent just concern about the sufficiency, I guess, of the substantial equivalency test for locations in these geographic areas. And so, and to some extent, this was part of maybe what previous party Adams County was getting at was, is there a way to improve upon that in this sense of like taking a much harder look at facilities that would be proposed within 2,000 feet, maybe not, complete or, not allowing only informed consent, but taking a closer look and looking at things like, is it in the non-attainment area? Is there proposed drilling in the ozone season? How many RVUs are there? How much informed consent is there, et cetera, things like that. Did you have any thoughts that you could share on that topic?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Oath. Team, I'm happy to start and feel free to jump in with anything. I guess to fully start on this, Oxy would say that, we support what Koga and API testified to regarding the mission change statement of basis and purpose and how it applies to the depth and purpose of the substantially equivalent standard. But we would also look at the August 2nd draft rules, specifically Rule 315, that requires an operator proposing a location within a disproportionately impacted community with an RBU within 2,000 feet or within a CIC to provide a detailed evaluation of the community vulnerabilities using that EnviroScreen information and how its BMPs and then the enhanced systems and practices address those vulnerabilities. So we think that substantially equivalent standard provides you with a lot of discretion in what you as the commissioners and then ultimately the director's recommendation and ECMC staff look at when a location is within a DIC with a human within 2,000 feet or a CIC. Oxy really thinks that this information will be part of the commission's evaluation of an OGDP within a DIC with a human within 2,000 feet or within a CIC, because under the current rule 604B4BG, sorry, I'm making sure I said those right. This allows the commission to determine if the protections are substantially equivalent on a case-by-case basis based on community vulnerabilities, community issues, based upon community outreach, and the inclusion of that additional information that goes out to those residents of the DICs or CICs and their feedback on that. So the rules that you already have in place, 604B4B and G, allows this commission to, ask an operator more in-depth questions about what it's doing with its BMPs and ESPs and protections in DICs with a human within 2,000 feet or a CIC in your evaluation process. And so that's another reason I don't think there needs to be a hard setback or anything along those lines, because your rules are already robust as to this substantially equivalent question and substantially equivalent analysis. I think it's just an extension of what's already there.
Jamie, if I can expand on that
Please.
a little bit.
Yep.
Commissioner Oath, I appreciate the question. And I also want to talk about not just the current rules, the current 600 rules, but, expand a little bit on what we're talking about in the context of this rulemaking and what the commission is going to be looking for operators to provide to you all within DICs, with RBUs within 2,000 feet as well as CICs. And I don't want to miss the opportunity to say, we support the inclusion of DICs where there are, where there are RBUs similar to, what Adams County and other people said. Not all DICs are similar and the same, but I want to talk about the tools that sort of this rule is looking to operators to look at, as well as you and your staff, in terms of using EnviroScreen as a robust tool to analyze and determine what specific community needs might be. And as you know, Commissioner Oath, we talked about this a lot in terms of the use of EnviroScreen, and I think it's a valuable tool. Our team has done some deep data gathering, utilizing EnviroScreen to look at locations that show what specific, what specific high stressors are in specific areas that EnviroScreen identifies. And, for example, if a community has, identified, high particulate matter, you can focus your protections, or you can focus your mitigations, or you can even focus on enhanced measures for that specific stressor for that specific community. So it's a valuable tool to look at at a very community-based, in a very community-based way. And along those same lines, and Julie talked about this, we utilize that tool to look at how we do our engagement. What are the mechanisms that we need to use based on what that community is showing, using EnviroScreen, as well as Julie and her team getting actually out boots on the ground in the community. But to say, there's a logistic isolation in a specific community. And so we need to make sure we have translators when we go to door, or when we do community engagement or community meetings. And so I think, in addition to the 600 series and the robust sort of analysis that you all are currently already doing for substantially equivalent, I think that this is another opportunity to look at those communities and do an even deeper look at community-specific protections or engagement or other things that the rulemaking that we're undergoing right now can do. I think it's a huge opportunity to do.
Oh, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thanks again to all of you for your presentation and your materials. And your perspective has been very helpful. So thanks for your answers to my questions. That's all I have.
Great questions. Other questions, Commissioner Shea?
Thanks, Chair Robbins. I guess my question is probably for Ms. Salgado. I don't know if you would mind bringing up that proposed process for 2D again, so we can just kind of talk through it. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. I do have a question just surrounding the use of the interim target. I just want to make sure I understand this right. So the proposal is for the compliant operators, as long as they have submitted data to ONGARA that shows they're in compliance with their NOx intensity targets on an annual basis, there would be the Form 2D approval, right? Okay. And then if they're above their intensity targets for NOx based on that annual report, then they can use their interim target to show compliance?
They would be required to submit their interim data.
Okay. And I guess I'm just curious if you could help me understand, in some cases, I've heard like we don't want to use the interim targets for various reasons. But it would be okay in that situation, and how you see it, okay to use in maybe one situation, but not in another?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Shea. Our use of the interim reporting, interim reports in this mechanism for the non-compliant operators would just be to understand the operator's progress towards meeting their most recent intensity target. It's shown in the boxes immediately left of the green there. So we think it's an appropriate use to use it as a tool of, to see an operator's progress, but not make direct decisions upon.
Okay. And so I guess the other question I have is that other green box in 4, where, I guess I just want to understand why, maybe why there's concern, or maybe situations where you feel like providing additional evidence on proposed activity levels isn't required, or if there's maybe issues with it. I'd like to hear a little bit more about why that's only for the non-compliant operators.
Yeah, so our process, like you said, requires the detailed listing of the operations for only non-compliant operators. because we recognize the turnaround time on the review of the Form 2D is very limited. So we think that performing, a detailed review of the proposed operations is most useful for these non-compliant operators that fit into this lower box. Also, when we were reviewing the August 2nd draft rules, there was we were very unclear with the terminology of, if you're making changes to your proposed operation list, what the substitution of an authorized location meant. There was no definition of an authorized location. And so to preserve our flexibility to swap out locations due to, grid power availability timing, we were trying to limit that requirement to the non-compliant operators.
Okay. And I imagine, most operators are probably going to be tracking like proposed activities as y'all move forward with drilling plans and production plans. So I was just curious if there was like a level of detail, because I see value, I guess I would say, in some of these, future looking kind of analyses. And I imagine operators are probably doing this. So I was just curious if Oxy had thoughts on what that could look like and maybe what would be acceptable, if you've thought about that.
Yeah, so we obviously do have, our schedule ahead of ozone season of what we plan to do. And I think in the draft rules, I think it says, it leans towards like, what is your anticipated list of operations? And I think we are comfortable, providing some sort of anticipated list. It's more in the devil of the details of what does it mean to modify that list and what does an authorized location swap look like? Because we do want the flexibility to adjust our schedule to, grid power availability and other items like that moving forward.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Thank you. That's all I have. Okay.
Shay, if I can just add on to that too. In addition to tracking the activity that you asked, we do have those greenhouse gas intensity reports that are due annually where operators are undergoing emission reduction activities compliant to that. So there is some tracking for what would be done during the year for those programs too.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'd like to add one more thing if I may. And basically that's with the proposed process you see here on the screen. We basically didn't have room to list everything that if there's an operator who was not in compliance the previous year and they're going through this bottom line process and providing additional information. Oxy's Exhibit 7 provides the detailed list of what information the operator would need to provide to the staff to review. And that would be found in 316B 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So even though it didn't fit on our screen, there's a lot of information that a non-compliant operator could utilize to submit to the commission. And then the commission, in consultation with CDPHE, could still determine, has the operator done enough to where they might be in compliance in the future year, or here's all the information that and equipment that can be used or changes that would be made that would help get them in compliance so they could operate to go up to the Form D approval. If I'm looking at the screen, basically go from 5 to 2. And if not, the commission still has the ability to deny the Form 2D for the operator's pre-production operations during that specific ozone season. And that was intentionally built in to have that additional information submitted by a non-compliant operator for CDPHE consultation and compliance with the statutory language.
Okay, that's helpful. So you did mention that was only for the non-compliant operators, right?
That is correct.
Because I guess what I was, kind of where I was headed was, there's a lot of there's your past activities, right? Which you're proposing we would get through the ONGAIR submitted data, but looking at like future activities, there's a lot of acquisitions and divestitures going on in the industry, and just, I guess, curious your thoughts on, making sure that future operations are going to be and remain in compliance.
Yeah, and Janessa and Angela, I'd love you to join in if you have thoughts. I guess first off, Commissioner, this is a great question because, you know, as the rules are drafted, the February 15th date of submitting your Form 2D kind of acts as a snapshot in time. So where are you with compliance at that point in time? And so if the commission or CDPHE is worried about what might happen after ozone season in the upcoming year, but the operator is already in compliance, the ECMC should be focused on compliance based upon the information from the ONGAR the previous year to say, yes, you're in compliance. Let's keep you in that compliance through the upcoming ozone season. That's why you have the review every year, the Form 2D every year, to really look at what's happening on the subsequent years. Janessa and Angela, I'd like your thoughts on this. But to me, that you also have to completely look at that snapshot in time to some extent, put pencils down and let them conduct their operations if they're in compliance.
Yes, thanks for that question, Commissioner Shea. And that acquisitions and divestitures have been the bane of most of the rulemakings we've done recently at AQCC, thinking about that, especially in the current environment. And that was considered and incorporated in both the greenhouse gas intensity and NOx intensity rules. I'm not going to recall all the details because Oxy did not anticipate that being, our situation, but it is specific on how you calculate your intensities based on whether you've done an acquisition or divestiture. I believe it's the same for NOx. I remember for greenhouse gas intensity, like if you're a minority operator in terms of production before an acquisition, then you do have to reevaluate to see if you were a majority operator. If you bought a majority operator, then you're automatically a majority. So all these different permutations are considered in those rules. So measuring against the intensity target should still be sufficient.
Okay. That's all I had, and I appreciate a flow chart. So thank you for that.
Great. Commissioner Messner?
Appreciate the presentation and appreciate the solution-oriented submittals associated with this. I do appreciate hearing folks' ideas and having them well thought out and presented rather than just saying it's not feasible or it's impossible. And so super helpful for me to understand your point of view. I did have a couple of questions because I'm trying to, and these are kind of bigger, more philosophical things, and so I'm trying to better understand your point of view. But Ms. Jost, I think you're making the point that because there's, and this is without any opinion that I've developed on this, and so I'm just trying to understand your point, but without any prescription in the legislation, in your opinion, therefore there can be no, as far as a distance or a setback, that there should be no distance or setback in this rulemaking. But I guess I struggle with that analogy a little bit. And again, without any opinion on this yet. I think very rarely do we see that level of prescription in legislation. We didn't see it in the mission change or the SB 19-181 that directed the mission change rulemaking, where there was prescriptive and presumptive setbacks that were developed. There's really a deference in legislation to allow the rulemaking bodies make a determination how best to implement intent of the legislation. And so I'm struggling with this argument that because it wasn't prescriptive in the legislation, that doesn't give us the authority to make a determination in this rulemaking. But maybe you can help me understand your point of view.
Yeah, Commissioner Messner, thank you for the question. I mean, I think I'll start with the fact that the purpose of the rulemaking is to ensure that cumulative impacts are further addressed by the commission, basically building on the rules that you already have. Cumulative impacts, are focused on the location and then the residents surrounding the location. And so while we basically from, sorry, my computer was going off for a minute. From the standpoint of the legislative piece, whether it's prescriptive or not, it just wasn't intended, meaning you don't need to revisit siting requirements or setbacks to determine additional protections for disproportionately impacted communities or additional rules regarding cumulative impacts. The piece of, I guess from my perspective, you already have the ability to look at a disproportionately impacted community where you have a resident within 2,000 feet under your existing rules. So you don't need a new rule. You have Rule 604B4, and that's the substantially equivalent rule to say if an operator doesn't have 100% informed consent, which in many instances it does not, you have the ability to look at that location under the substantially equivalent rule, subsections A through G, on numerous criteria. I think the beauty of the August 2nd draft rules is that in addition to everything you already look at, there are pages of additional protections that are built in specifically for locations within disproportionately impacted communities where you have a resident within 2,000 feet or CICs. That gets accounted for in your review, the commission's review, when you're looking at the cumulative impact analysis under your proposed Rule 315. You're looking at the other outreach that was done to use the Rule 604B4G to nearby residents and businesses. That's community outreach. You have expanded public notice to DICs and CICs, and then you have additional community meetings and community comment efforts. So even if you take the legislation piece aside, whether it was prescriptive or not, you already have a rule that allows you to do what you want to do without adding Rule 604C, because it's already baked in.
I appreciate that point of view and that perspective. And so what I'm taking from that is that it's your opinion that we shouldn't, not that we can't. And the reason that we shouldn't is because your argument is that the rules already accomplish the legislative directive.
Yeah, and Commissioner Messner, we would agree, because when I believe when I made my opening statements, we said you should not take this on. You should not put an arbitrary hard setback in place because you already have the rules. But then through the 2020 run mission change, you already had, numerous weeks, if not months, kind of determining what that number was. And that number was 2,000 feet based upon the scientific evidence, the testimony, everything else presented in 2021. So you just don't need to revisit that right now. Use what you have because it works and we've seen it work. And it's an expanded protection to those DICs where you have a resident within 2,000 feet and CICs in the current draft rule.
Okay, that makes me better understand your perspective. And at least how the legislation applies to that particular topic. On another one too, so I want to better understand your perspective, and this is the legislative directive piece again. Mm-hmm. I think your reading of, and I'm not looking at the legislation right now, so these are my notes, that the legislation requires consultation with the administration of CDPHE in applying both the NOx intensity standards and then any additional standards. I'm hearing your interpretation is that requires multiple individual consultations on specific items. I think another view of that could be read to state that if CDPHE was consulted in the development of the rules, that would also meet that requirement. I'm a fan of consultation, so I'm not having an opinion on this, but I want to make sure, I want to hear your opinion at least on whether it has to be, again, prescriptive into the consultation on individual administrative pieces within the rule, or whether consultation and development of the rule with CDPHE meets that standard.
Absolutely. Yes, Commissioner, thank you. I'm actually going to ask Sari to pull up slide 7, I believe it is, Commissioner, just so we can have the language in front of us, because that might help where we're coming from on this. So with respect to the actual language, and sorry, I'm flipping back to my notes here, where how this is written, it says after consultation with the Division of Administration with the Department of Public Health and Environment, comma. And before that, it says the commission has the authority to. So at the very beginning of the statute, and I hate to dive into statutory interpretation, but I really appreciate your question on this. The opening statement in that section of the statute says the commission also has authority to. Pretend there's a comma there. And then it says after consultation with the division, CDPHE, comma, require operators to take actions between May 1st and September 30th. And you can, you have the rest of it right there. Our interpretation is that this is where it falls in the Form 2D process. And the legislature did not intend for the commission to have a consultation with CDPHE on the adoption of the rules, and then what the commission can do on operators with respect to ozone season. It was actually in consultation with the commission after the rules are adopted. Then consultation occurs for those individual operator OGDPs. I'm sorry, not OGDPs, those individual operator Form 2Ds that come up on the annual basis to then say to you, commission, yes, this operator is in compliance, or no, it's not. And then if it's not, then additional robust consultation occurs. So we don't interpret this as having the commission to not consult with CDPHE on Form 2D after the rules are in effect. It would be after the rules are in effect, and then consultation occurs from that point. I would look to Mr. Wackerlin also. I know he's been heavily involved in this from the air side and the process piece. Mr. Wackerlin, I don't know if you have any additional information on your interpretation of this statute, but if so, please feel free to chime in.
And before you go too deep into this, I just wanted to better understand your perspective, right? And so I do understand that. I was just trying to understand your perspective and not get in for myself, but I wanted to try to understand where you're at. But if you have something to add, Mr. Wackerlin, feel free.
I don't think so, Commissioner Messner. Thank you. I think Jamie said it perfectly, and I think it's contemplated, that this needs to happen every year because things are changing, and the ozone situation's changing and operations are changing. So I think you see language in this statute that contemplates kind of ongoing consultation.
Okay, thank you. And I don't want to go too deep into this either, but I do want to make sure I understand your perspective, because I appreciate you bringing up the letter that was provided to AQCC as part of their rulemaking from Excel. I also, understand that there at least is some contemplation of utilizing the word as practicable in some anticipation of electrification. And as practicable, at least to me, inherently means a case-by-case scenario. And so I guess, are you struggling with the word as practicable? Is that an okay term? It seems to be doing the same thing that you're asking.
Mr. Lytle, would you like to take this?
Yeah, I'll take this, Commissioner Messner, and thanks for the question. I think I can kind of hone in on the electrification piece of this and try to get there hopefully by the end. But we're not always able to commit to electrification of drilling rigs during the permitting process due to the complicated nature of ensuring whether or not there's grid capacity available for the rigs and the timing associated with a potential build out to a location. But for each location that Oxy plans, those pads are put through a feasibility study early in the planning process as to whether or not that high line power might be available for the drilling portion of the operation. As it's been noted before in this rulemaking, and at times this can be a very slow and complex process depending on where in the basin where you're planning any specific location and with what utility provider. For example, again, specific to our geographically remote oil and gas locations within our Bronco cap, we have been working with multiple utility providers to get highline power supply to the ranch, which has been at play for many, many, many months. That coupled with the need for an electrical substation to be permitted and constructed on the ranch, we could ultimately, couldn't commit to drilling on highline power during the OGDP permitting process, but we may remain laser focused on trying to make that happen as these details come together. But at a minimum, as we've done in the past, from a permitting standpoint, we commit to running our rigs on the use practices outlined in Reg 7 Part B, which includes options like utilizing natural gas generators with a battery energy storage system, which we feel is a great alternative to highline power from an emissions standpoint. And it's something we're committed to for all of our Bronco CAP locations, but all the while concurrently still trying to pursue that highline power for the rig, which is, as I said, something we can evaluate for each pad and implement where we can. So to sort of bring it all back, I think as practicable for Oxy in terms of this is a very sort of iterative case by case, sort of situation. And Ms. Joes, feel free to chime in if you have anything to add.
No, thank you, Mr. Lytle. I think you hit it perfectly.
Okay, well, I think that's what as practicable means. I think maybe the difference being is that there's certainly some testimony that would like to see a showing of that. And so, and then this is kind of another big, more philosophical one. And I guess I'm struggling to, I guess, reconcile why a non-compliant operator should continue to receive permits through this process, understanding the legislative directive and the expectation and the targets and all of this. Why would we continue to permit a non-compliant operator to continue to be non-compliant?
Yeah, and Commissioner Messner, I can hit on this, and then Ms. Salgado, maybe I'd like you to touch on kind of the Form 2D piece, because Commissioner Messner, as I hear your question, you're focusing on oil and gas development permits in Form 2As if there's not compliant.
I'm talking about the NOx intensity piece and the whole Form 2D, and
okay,
I mean that's what I'm talking about. So if there is an operator that is non-compliant with the targets and creating a new facility, while arguably, depending on how you do the math, could aid them in becoming compliant, but they're still not compliant with their existing operations, why would we permit a new operation?
Yeah, and Commissioner Messner, thank you for that clarification. So if we're solely looking at an operator that already has an approved OGDP, you've got a 3-year time period for that permit, and they have submitted a February 15th Form 2D, and we're honing in on whether that operator is compliant with the CDPHE NOx intensity targets, where the CDPHE has jurisdiction to determine that compliance. That clarification was actually very helpful, because Ms. Salgado's presentation through the Form 2D process, I think, recognizes the balance of the jurisdiction between CDPHE as well as ECMC, and that's where that consultation comes into play. So from the concept of, if you have an operator who might not be in compliance but can come into compliance, that decision basically is better set for the CDPHE jurisdiction, because that agency is the one that actually holds the jurisdiction over enforcement of compliance or non-compliance. Janessa, I don't know if you have anything you want to add there, or even Mr. Wackerland, you as well. But that's kind of my initial take, and I'd like your feedback on that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Jost. And I would just add, our position is that past non-compliance doesn't fully guarantee future non-compliance also. So, operators can take actions to reduce their intensity, so that full denial of the entire Form 2D isn't always needed to assure future compliance. And so that's where our Form 2D process really comes in, to have the operator go through that detailed consultation with CDPHE. And again, if the operator, through that consultation, CDPHE doesn't feel that the operator has sufficiently demonstrated its future compliance, then we agree that the Form 2D should be denied.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Looking around, further questions? We've had a lot of good questions here. Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would agree these have been good questions. Most of mine have been answered. Thank you, fellow commissioners. So I'll just be brief. I'm just left with a couple of lines of questioning, really one clarification and one kind of thought exercise. But I also wanted to say I agree with Commissioner Messner that I appreciate your solution-oriented approach and the direct suggestions included in your comprehensive materials. I found them to be very helpful. And Ms. Jost, this one might be initially directed at you, but I thought I heard, this is the clarification, I thought I heard you state that the cumulative impact process is intended to evaluate the impact on the location and on surrounding residents. And others are certainly asking us to interpret cumulative impacts on a much broader basis. If I'm correct there, can you elaborate a bit on how Oxy derived its interpretation of that?
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you for that question. If I'm looking at it from the process standpoint, when we're looking at the 2,000-foot siting requirement, where you have a disproportionately impacted community, where you have a resident within 2,000 feet, the August 2nd draft rule 315B, which is the cumulative impacts analysis, basically has a lot more breadth than what you have right now in your current rules. And so when I talk about an operator reviewing both the location and the surrounding community, that new draft rule, the August 2nd 315B, does both. It requires an operator to look at the location from the standpoint of what best management practices, what enhanced systems and practices, and other mitigation measures through the hierarchy, the avoid, minimize, mitigate hierarchy, will be incorporated into the location in the basically to then have the protections that expand out to the community that's either within 2,000 feet or even beyond when you're looking at this from the impact area of a default 1 mile. Your draft rule actually allows those additional protections for your staff, the director, and then you as the commissioners to review as part of the proposed process.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I do understand the intent of that rule. I think kind of my question, and maybe I'll be a little clearer, was we've had others testify about and I'm getting eventually at the area of impact here. We've had others testify that that area of impact should be expanded because cumulative impacts extend beyond the immediate location and surrounding residents. And again, I might be mistaken here, but I thought you were confining cumulative impacts in general to the area and surrounding residents. Or did I misinterpret and you're just being specific to this situation?
And with all due respect, Commissioner, I think there's a misinterpretation there. I hate saying that. But no, we support the 1 mile impact area of review, the default, because there is a discretionary component in that based upon the nature, scope, and intensity of the proposed location. But we also support the expansion of the cumulative impacts analysis, basically to expand the review of cumulative impacts than what you have in your current rules. And I shouldn't say expand, I should use to further evaluate and address cumulative impacts from a proposed location, specifically when you are looking at it through the lens of if you are within a disproportionately impacted community where you have a human within 2,000 feet, or if you're in a cumulatively impacted community, because that additional analysis to address the vulnerabilities of those communities is a significant part of the environmental justice component of this rulemaking that also plays into cumulative impacts and then is supported by the Colorado Environmental Justice Act.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's helpful to help me understand where you're coming from there, and appreciate you expanding on those thoughts. And it's gone to kind of the thought exercise portion of this having to do with area of impact. And we certainly have heard that, and we understand, at least I understand, the difficulty associated with potential substantial modification of an area of impact once it's established. making it difficult, if not impossible, to plan and execute projects. What are Oxy's thoughts on a potential extended impact area evaluation process? Right now, we've got it written out, in very early stages, and the director has an opportunity to expand. Because there's so much writing on the potential area of impact and its potential expansion, we certainly will have people clamoring for opportunities to participate in that process or to extend the timeline associated with that process. And just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner. So Oxy supports the process that's in the August 2nd draft rules. They do not support anything, at least as of right now, that there should be kind of a second look at what the definition of the impact area would be on an individual proposed oil and gas location after the application is filed.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all that I had remaining, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further questions? Just looking around, I've got a lot of heads on the screen here, but I'm not seeing any hands. So I think we are done with questions for the panel. We've got some process stuff that we need to think about next. Let's take a 10-minute break and return at 3:01, and then we'll work through kind of the process issues. Sorry about that, Commissioners. My computer obviously doesn't want me to participate in Zoom the rest of the day because it logged me out. Okay, we have largely now gotten through the cases in chief. There are a few things that I want to mention, and then Commissioners, we can have a dialogue about some of this stuff, but basically some process things. First, I'd like to recognize AAG Davenport. We are at that place where we've gotten through all the cases in chief. I believe we're going to undertake an executive session this afternoon, but cases in chief and taking record information into the record is now done for the moment. And then at the conclusion of today's business, we will continue this matter to September 17th at 9 a.m. for the break that we've all contemplated. AG Davenport, do you want to speak to your thoughts about whether we should, between now and the 17th, when we start taking additional evidence, we should close the record or not close the record?
Yes, thanks, Chair AG Davenport. The commission does have the option to close the record right now. What that would mean is that the commissioner would not accept any additional information from the parties. I would note that our pre-hearing order does contemplate that there wouldn't be any additional submissions to the commission beyond what is allowed. The commission may still have individual conversations with folks, but when we return to hearing next week, would need to reopen the record. And to the extent there were any conversations had that the commission wishes to put into the record, would need to do that at that time. For a more blunt way to describe this, I think closing the record now would be an indication to the public and to the parties that the commission is in a don't call us, we'll call you situation in regard to additional conversations the individual commissioners may wish to have during this break in the hearing.
And this would be consistent with your iteration to our parties and the world, that we didn't want to have a ton of emails coming in, during this matter, but that commissioners can certainly continue to still reach out to parties to get clarification, et cetera. And if a commissioner does that, if I were to reach out to Joe Smith, who's not a party, but to pretend like he was, then I would just disclose that as we go about with our disclosures. Is that accurate?
That's correct, with the addition that if Joe Smith were to give you any written materials or anything that you considered, those would need to be put into the record as well, Mr. Chair.
Great. Okay. I'm comfortable with the concept of closing the record and then reopening it back up. Does other commissioners have thoughts about that? Commissioner Messner?
Not to be contrary, but I am wanting to receive additional red lines, additional thoughts, or different concepts, in this rulemaking, I'm interested in, continuing to have conversations to try to better understand perspectives and any kind of new ideas that come out over the next few days. And so I'm not that interested in curtailing that. I understand that parties could submit stuff, but to have me have to proactively reach out to every single party that I'm interested in hearing from, which I could do, versus allowing parties to contact me if they have additional information that they'd like to clarify or provide to me, I would be open to that. So I'm not sure the advantage of closing the record.
AG Davenport, do you want to speak to the advantage, disadvantage? I guess we have a tailored approach to how we receive information, written public comment, written testimony, and now the cases in chief. And we're going to get another round of public involvement when we do rebuttals closings. But I honor Commissioner Messner's thought that he wants to be able to hear from folks. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, what's that right balance?
Yeah, I believe that thanks, Mr. Chair, AG Davenport again. I think our pre-hearing order does prohibit anyone, parties, the public from contacting the commission as a whole. In other words, trying to put something into the e-file system or sending an email to the entire commission, all 7 or all 5 voting commissioners. It does not prohibit, and neither do our rules, individual commissioners having conversations with folks in the interim. In my view, the advantage of closing the record would be an indication to everyone that the commission is not interested in receiving unsolicited contact attempts, which may be contrary, sounds like it is contrary to Commissioner Messner's desire. So my recommendation would be, if the commission is in the same position as Commissioner Messner just expressed, is not to close the record right now.
I would agree. What do the other commissioners think about these various alternative pathways for the next few days? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. One question first for Councilor Davenport. And I guess my question would be from a legal perspective. My one leaning towards closing the record would be for a clean record. From a legal perspective, is there any kind of pitfalls associated with leaving the record open from building a clean record perspective?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, I think we've already indicated to the parties they may not send unsolicited or unapproved submissions to the commission as a whole. Regardless of closing the record or not closing the record, if the commissioner does have a conversation with someone, receives and considers information during this break, it would still need to be put into the record pursuant to the APA and our rules when the commission returns to hearing. And if it has closed the record and reopens the record, or if it has not closed the record at all, anything the commission, any individual commissioner considers during this break will still need to be made part of the record if a commissioner has an individual conversation with a party or a member of the public.
Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, my inclination is the same as Commissioner Messner's. I do understand that could result in significant information being sent our way, and I would rather wade through that than not, I think.
Okay, I'm good with that. I wasn't hard following either approach. I just wanted to make sure we all understood the distinctions with differences. Commissioners Cross and Oath, are you okay with keeping the record open pursuant to direction from Commissioner Messner and Ackerman?
So, Mr. Chair, I guess I would say I am in agreement with, wanting to encourage, as we all have, the parties to be talking and thinking about some solutions and working through the issues. I feel like that could come back to us in the form of rebuttal testimony next week, and I would be comfortable with that, but I don't have any, if Commissioners Messner and Ackerman want to make sure that we have the opportunity to be very open to kind of being brought along the way in those conversations, I don't have an objection to that.
Cross, I think you were nodding in an affirmative. You're good with this approach?
I'm fine with this approach, yes, Mr. Chair. I had anticipated that we would close the record, but I'm fine keeping it open and having it more broad-based as potential solutions and negotiations kind of move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry for the step back in. I did just want to state, if we do go down that road, that Commissioner Oath's point is well taken, and that I would be very disappointed if this break turned into an opportunity to lobby commissioners rather than for the parties to work together and look for some solutions to present to us as a whole. That would be a disappointing use of time to me. So I do see that as a potential associated with this, and wanted to provide that perspective to the public.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I would echo that perspective. I would also, encourage parties that if you're reached out to by someone on the other side, pick up the phone, have some discussions. I think that is one of the benefits of taking some time to allow all of the information to be vetted and thought through and look through notes, et cetera. Okay, so with that being the case, AG Davenport, do we need to do anything to keep the record open?
Thanks, Chair. No, if the commission is not interested in closing the record, you don't need to take any action on that item right now. If I may, I'd like to make one final point.
Please.
And this is kind of a heads up to the commission as well as the entire world. The commissioners are under no legal obligation to accept any form of communication with them during this break in regard to the rulemaking. There's it's commissioners' individual choice as to whether or not to engage with an attempt to communicate with them.
All right, good point. Okay, so the record issue is now resolved. A second issue that I wanted to raise for everyone's awareness, the AAGs and our staff have put together a issue list that is going to be posted to the cumulative impacts rulemaking. It essentially has identified what they believe are the issues that are out there. It is non-exhaustive, and they may have not called all of them, but it is a document that we're going to post that, and it also doesn't have any answers. It just has like, here's issue 1, here's issue 2, here's issue 3. That way everyone can be aware of at least we're all working from the same template of what the issues are. There are a lot of issues in this rulemaking. And so I think the list will be helpful for commissioners, will be helpful for staff, will be helpful for the parties and the members of the community that have been involved with us. So that'll be posted a little bit later today to the portfolio and to our website. The next issue is next steps for parties. So we are taking a break, and we will return on Tuesday the 17th at 9 a.m. I believe that calendar at the beginning at 9 is for us to hear from our sister agencies, CDPHE and CPW. Commissioners have had the opportunity to ask questions of the sister agencies, and I believe they're going to come first, and then they are going to answer questions, and that gives us commissioners a chance to dialogue with sister agencies about a lot of the issues. For instance, the issue of the Form 2D and the consult with CDPHE. I know we probably all have some questions about that, and biological resources and CPW. So anyway, that's where we'll start on Tuesday the 17th. Following that, we will go in order. Hearings Manager Thomas, I believe it is, if you're with us, we're going to hear closings and or rebuttal. And I don't really think that the commissioners, sort of like I know some folks have talked to you, Hearings Manager Thomas, should I do rebuttal or should I do closings? I think the answer is you've got this amount of time and you can do whatever you want with your amount of time. And I assume you've been keeping track record of time for everybody. So can you speak to the last piece of this, closings or rebuttals and time allocations?
Yeah, so we have been keeping time and we will be putting up a spreadsheet into the portfolio and emailing it directly to the parties that outline the time they have left. We've also been doing that in real time, emailing the parties to get their presentation. So most parties are aware of the time they have left. I think the concern and confusion was whether there's one more round or two more rounds of time to speak based on what is said in the pre-hearing order. Which we are open to changing, since it does allow for rebuttals and for closings technically, but I don't know, Chair Robbins and commissioners, if you think that's a valuable use of your time, or if you think that rebuttals and closings should just be one more round and parties should plan to use the rest of their time the next go around.
Commissioners, the hearing management order is crafted by our hearings officers, but it's ultimately our order. The way it's set up is for one more round of information from parties. Again, it was a little bit not clear if it's closing or rebuttal. I sort of think each party can do with their time what they want to do. Do other commissioners have thoughts about this issue? Commissioner Oath?
I guess my thought is, I'd love, definitely want to hear from the parties that have remaining time for any kind of responses that they have. From my perspective, we get a lot out of Q&A. So I think after that, if we have any additional questions or clarifications, we could call parties up whether or not they have additional time. So I would prefer to just rely on that and have one more go at it. And then if there's any additional parties we want to call up, would be my take.
Yeah, both of those are fair and accurate. The time is the time that the party has to present. We obviously can ask as many questions and it doesn't count against their time. And then, like, if a party doesn't have time, Commissioner Oath, but you wanted to ask that party questions, you absolutely we all have the right to call them back up, even if they don't have time to present themselves. So I think it's and both on that front. Other commissioners on this issue? Everybody good with this direction? All right, looks good there. Let's see, that's issue list, closing the record, closings or rebuttals. The last issue is, I believe that the commission is likely to take up an executive session to receive legal advice on the cumulative impacts rulemaking. We've touched on a lot of different topics. I at least would like to do that. AG Davenport, if you could visualize and maybe provide us with some language.
Yes, absolutely, Chair. The executive session, should the commission choose to go into it, the anticipated topic is to receive legal advice and analysis as authorized by 24-6-402-3A Roman 2 regarding legal issues presented in the cumulative impacts rulemaking. And if that's the commission's pleasure to have an executive session on that topic, then we need a motion, a so moved, and a second and a vote to do that.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to enter into executive session as articulated by AG Davenport. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, what that means for the stakeholders that are still with us, there's 97 of you. We're going to go into an executive session. It is a separate Zoom link, and it'll just be our attorney and ourselves in executive session. We will receive legal advice. We will make no decisions. Once we're done, we'll come back to this meeting. And the only thing that would happen at that point is we would exit executive session, and then we would move to continue the rulemaking to September 17th at 9 a.m. You are more than welcome to stick around to hear those two action items once we're done, or not. I can guarantee that we're not going to do anything else of substance when we get back into this rulemaking to exit executive session and to continue the hearing. So with that, commissioners, I will see you in executive session here in just a bit. All right, we are back. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is September 10th. It is 4:24. AAG Davenport, I would recognize you to help us with next steps. You're muted.
Thank you for the reminder. I think there are just two more steps, as you noted, before we went into executive session. The first is to move to get out of executive session, and the second is to move to continue to the next date set for hearing. In regard to exiting executive session, commissioners were exiting executive session. We went into an executive session for the purpose, as stated in open hearing, to receive legal advice and analysis as authorized by open meetings law, section 24.6, 402, 3A, Roman 2, regarding legal issues presented in the cumulative impacts rulemaking. No decisions were made, no deliberations were had, and no votes were taken in the course of executive session. And Mr. Chair, we now need a motion to exit executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to exit executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I would now move that we continue the cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking to Tuesday, September 17th at 9 a.m.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks to everyone who has been participating with us over the course of the last week and a half. We all now have a break, and we encourage parties to talk amongst themselves. See you in a week.